A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kanika, what was going to happen to Kanika. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Moca Unfiltered, the devil in disguise. All right, let's talk. Today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Moca Unfiltered, the devil in disguise. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. And basically, you guys hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. I'm back. I am back, and I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I said I am back. Boy, I am back, and I am back with a vengeance. I mean, I tell you, peoples, look at here, look at here. I am in full splendor and glory, peoples. And when I say I am back, I said I am back, and I'm back with a vengeance. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, the thing is simply this. When people want to sit here and put out false information about the Kanika Jenkins case, well, then I take that very seriously. And I will be in beast mode anybody playing around with this particular case. Now, I know many of you have literally been on her live, and many of you have been in her chat, and many of you may really like the woman and stuff. But in this particular live, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you like her. I don't give a fuck if you love her. I don't hate her, but I just am going to talk about her. Now, if that's an issue with any of you coming in, then get the fuck out of here now. So I don't dismiss you, and I don't literally, do anything that I ordinarily wouldn't do. Okay, just like her, and what she says and things, and I'm not going to quote verbatim, but in essence, she says that she runs her live, and she wants people who only agrees with her. Well, I don't care if you agree with me or not. You're more than welcome to speak whatever you want to speak and things. That's okay, as long as you keep it respectful. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've always give the people the opportunity to come and speak their piece and things. I don't deny the people to say whatever they want to say, but you need to be tactful and you need to be respectful. That is just my only thing. Other than that, I really don't care what you say. I really don't care if you like her, if you hate her, or whatever the case may be. I don't have either way, but I'm just here to go ahead and bolster my opinion about this woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's a devil in disguise. And for all of you who do follow her, or all of you that is in her chat, you're stupid. You are stupid and you're demonic. And yes, I'm saying that. And so if you're offended, who gives a fuck? Okay? Who gives a fuck? I'm saying that. Now, this is my personal opinion. You may like it or you may dislike it and stuff. And if you don't like it, then you can get the fuck out of here, because I'm just going to speak my mind just like she says. You know, if you guys don't like what I'm saying, get the fuck out of here. So I'm just telling you right now, if you don't like what I say about her, get the fuck out right now. And then I tell you, we won't miss you. Is that all right, peoples? You know, I'm tired of catering to suckers. Okay. Yes, Edward Joseph has changed. Yes, Edward Joseph is on a mission. Yes, Edward Joseph is here to talk about what he's going to talk about. And I really don't give a fuck, because, you know, and what I'm saying right now too, for all of the people who were my friend or call my friend or whatever, if I'm offending you, who gives a fuck? Okay, who gives a fuck? You know, if I'm offending any of you for people going over to her channel and you know, partaking in the madness over there, who gives a fuck? You can keep your ass over there. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I really don't. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to lose some friends, peoples. You know, I'm going to lose some friends, or so-called friends. I already talked about the fake friends last night, but I'm going to lose some more friends, or so-called friends. But you can't lose fake friends because they was fake in the beginning. Do you understand what I'm saying? So anybody who gets pissed off by me talking about this lady, you might as well do not tune in to this live. Don't tune into my channel, because I don't want to offend you. Okay? Heads up and a warning now, because if you are offended, who gives a fuck? Because I don't. To be honest with you, I don't care. And I don't need no sucker to come over here to justify anything that she's saying or doing, because I've seen it for myself, peoples. I've seen it for myself. It is a cult over there. She's a cult. I've never seen anybody who sits up all day long and harbors and harps over a woman who she can't even control. A woman who she doesn't even know. A woman who really don't even give two rat's asses about her. And a woman that don't even give two rat's asses about you. And a woman who does not have to justify herself to nobody. Period. Now, I am not here to try to take up for TM. I'm not here to try to take up for TM. I'm just here to just speak my piece, peoples. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all. I'm just here to keep it raw and unfiltered. You know, I'm just here to just say what I need to say. That may offend a lot of people, but I don't care. You know, I'm in offending mode right now, because a lot of you suckers out there, y'all stay into your goddamn feelings and things. So I'm gonna keep you in your goddamn feelings. Is that all right, peoples? Because right now I really don't give a fuck about all of you. To be honest with you, you know, I really don't. I can't stand fake ass people. I can't. I can't stand fake ass people. I've never been fake, peoples. I've always been real 100, and I kept it 100. A lot of people don't even like what I have to say when I talk about the Kanika Jenkins case. And to tell you the truth, I don't give a fuck. To be honest with you, I really don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, peoples, I'm going to say what I need to say, what I want to say, and what I have to say, whether that offends you or not, whether you agree with it or not. Because at the end of the day, you suckers cannot debunk me. Because if you could, You come onto my live and you go ahead and shoot your shot. You go ahead and share that of what you proclaim to know about this case. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I'm not a subservient sucker because I don't listen to lollipops. I don't listen to people just bloat and cloak all day long over a woman who don't give a fuck about her. If TM is demonic, who gives a fuck? Let her be demonic. It ain't none of your business. Let that woman breathe. Let that woman live. Because I'm telling you, peoples, the more that you continue to keep harping on her, continue to keep trying to put her down and stuff, that shit is going to come back upon you. You guys over there giving this woman praise after praise and accolades after accolades over some bullshit and nonsense that she hasn't even justified or rectified. Out of 8 goddamn years of me covering this Kanika Jenkins case, I ain't never heard no bullshit of a King Edward Jenkins, peoples. Who in the fuck is King Edward Jenkins, peoples? She proclaims so, oh, well, there's a King Edward Jenkins. She's the only black bitch that I know in this goddamn community that ever said some hilarious bullshit like that. And saying that King Edward Jenkins is Kanika Jenkins' real father and that he got paid $1.2 million from TM to keep silent. And you know what's remarkable about that, peoples, is that people from my fucking channel goes over there and gives her accolades. They must be the most stupidest bitches I have ever known in life. You leave a reputable channel to go to a bitch, to listen to a bitch, to sit at a bitch feet and let a bitch fill your mind up with all of this madness and nonsense. So you're a bitch. And you're demonic because you are in a cult. How in God's name could you sit here and say that you got a reasonable mind when you're sitting under a bitch? You are stupid bitches. Stupid. Because now it literally tells me who the fuck you really are. Peoples, wake the fuck up. Why would anybody want to sit under a demonic cultress and then give her praise and accolades continually to keep beating down and battering down TM? For what reason? The bitch don't even know her. She don't know her from Adam. And then to sit up here after 8 goddamn long years, and then she has the nerves to go call out King Edward Jenkins. Who in the fuck is King Edward Jenkins, peoples? And then you see these subservient bitches over there. Moca. Oh yes, you're right. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? You some stupid ass bitches, boy. Seriously, peoples. I thought your mama taught you better than that. But I see bitches likes to go and follow demonic people. People who literally goes out all day long and spread this false propaganda and madness. Now, I'm not mad for what she do, people. So I'm not mad for what she do because, at the end of the day, that's her prerogative. I mean, if she wants to talk about the Kanika Jenkins case and talk about a King Edward Jenkins, that is supposed to be Kanika Jenkins' real father, well, then prove your stance, bitch. Prove your stance. Because it's people like me that want to see this shit. Because you're talking way major madness. But it just behooves me, people, that you got subservient suckers that sit under her goddamn nasty ass pussy and licking her lips and smelling her raunchy ass while she sits up here and try to talk to him all day long. Now, does TM deserve that type of madness? No, she doesn't, peoples. Nobody does. No, nobody does. Not even Edward Joseph wouldn't even do that. Not every day. Now I'll do it every so often, but not every day, peoples. Come on now. Not every day. And especially not when a person is already suffering from the things that they did. And I'm talking about this whole Kanika Jenkins community. You motherfuckers are crazy. And I can't wait till the good Lord goes and snatch your asses down for the nefarious bullshit that you're doing. Because everything that you're doing, you guys are going to reap that shit. And I hope you reap it 100% and then some. See, I hear all the time people's, oh, well, they talked about me. Well, they said this about me. They did this about me. And, so on and so forth. Bitches, shut the fuck up. Because, if you can't take somebody calling you out your goddamn name, you're hollow. You know how many times you suckers talked about me? You talked about my mama. You talked about my kids. You talked about my family. And you think I gave a fuck? When my mama died, oh, you guys crucified her. But thank God that my mama died the Christian woman. Thank God that my mama is up in heaven celebrating while your ass, when you die, end up in hell for all eternity to burn and never be consumed. All because of your demonic nature and your demonic ways. Yeah, you got me at one point. Yeah, I was in my feelings, peoples, because I am my mama's baby boy. Sure enough. And I protect my mama's honor at all costs. So when you want to talk about my mama, just know I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. And I'm going to ridicule your ass until the day is dawn. And never let up. I'm going to find everything about your motherfucking ass and I'm going to expose it big time. Yep. Sure enough. But it doesn't bother me now because, see, my mama's in heaven. God has already put in my spirit, my mama is up there with him speaking, holy, holy, thou art mighty. She ain't worrying about all of this confusion that's happening down here and stuff. She ain't tripping off of you suckers because you ain't never even known her. But that just lets you know, that just lets me know who you are and how you are. Because see, instead of trying to debate Edward Joseph about the merits of this case, you guys like to take personal attacks. But see, I can take personal attacks too, people. I can take it and I can hit to the gut where it hurts. I'll talk about your mama, your daddy, your sister, your brother, your daughter, your son, your grandkids, and then anybody else that wants to get into the fray. See, that's hollow bullshit. And Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina, she thought that she was going to take me down by doing that. But see, peoples, I got a lot of videos of Casey complaining about Edward Joseph talking about her and her daddy that couldn't get his winky dinky up, his stinky winky. And I'm glad that the sucker died. Now, I don't know where he is, but I'm glad that the sucker died. Because he's a sucker. He's a lollipop. He was a nasty, deviant, devilish, demonic man. Overa. Oh, I got the script, people. So I got the script. I got the script on Overa and Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina. That's the bitch that literally tried to take me down with salacious madness. But I didn't give a fuck. I sent that bitch home crying. Al, You know something here. Let me do this, people, before I get on Mocha Latte Unfiltered. Anybody else want to get into this? Because I'm ready. I'm ready to jump on everybody's back today. You know, I'm going to be like a surfer and ride your ass until the tides tide down. You know. All right, people. Let's listen to this bullshit of Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina, the demonic bitch. Okay, let me see, y'all. Y'all gotta hold on for a moment. I gotta share my screen. I gotta go to my window. Mm. No, I'm gonna do it like this. Share my entire screen. All right. I am ready, ready, ready. Okay, so we're gonna go to here, peoples. We're gonna go to go right here because we're gonna tap all of these bitches' asses. And if I feel led, then I'm gonna tap your ass too. So it's just best that you suckers not say nothing. Y'all hold on for a moment. I gotta. All right, people, I am back. I had to take care of a little something right quick here. Um, Matter of importance, but I'm back. So here, let's do this, people, because I did this the other night. So let's go here. Let me go to my YouTube studio. Let me go to my content, and let me go to my lives, and let me do Casey's confession. Casey O'Vera's confession. Yep, there it is right there, peoples. All right, let's listen in.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and y'all can call me anything you want. It does not affect me. Tawanda knows on my backup channel, there is a video.
Okay. We got a lot of things going. We got my alarm going. I didn't even call up this thing. So here, let me rewind it back and stuff. And then let me share it this way so you guys can see. So I'm going to share, stop this sharing the screen. I'm going to share it this way so you guys can clearly see. All right. This is Casey's confession, peoples.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and y'all can call me anything you want. It does not affect me. Tawanda knows on my backup channel, there is a video that I put out years ago telling about going to jail, prison, what the charges were, every fucking thing else. There were details about my kid's case that I never spoke on. And only someone who has access through DHFS would be able to access those details. If any of that shit that y'all spread about me and my kids, my father, my husband, oh, I did this, that, and the third, is if there was a record of it. If I was arrested for it and there was a record of it. If I was arrested for the things that y'all said, I would have lost custody of my kids. I never claimed to be innocent. I never claimed to never go to jail. I never claimed that I didn't go to prison. But it ain't for the shit that y'all try to claim. Y'all got sex offenders living in my daddy's house, but yet I was living in Texas. And matter of fact, if you want to get real technical, when the bastard that did that to my kid got released, I was locked up in prison, you dumb broad. So how did he get released to my house, my daddy's house? Now,
So you heard what she said, right? She said that the sucker that did that to her child got released. And the sucker got released to her daddy's house. And the sucker who she was married to was the sucker that did the things to her child. Now she wants to sit around here and talk all of this mess and madness and things and stuff, but she was just like Jeffrey Epstein, peoples, because her husband and her daddy was doing the do with her kids. Oh, I got the scoop, peoples. I got the juicies and things and stuff. So this was just one little thing, but I can go on and go on and I can go on. But it is what it is, peoples. So I'm on the road today. So anybody else want to join the club? So I can harp upon you as well. Because I definitely will. So now let's get back, people. So let's get back to this bitch right here. Let's get back to Moca Unfiltered, peoples. The demonic bitch that sits up here and wants to yap all day long about TM. Peoples, to be honest with you, I really don't care what TM has done. I really don't care. I don't care one bit what TM has done, because TM has only brought that shit upon herself. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? TM brought that upon herself, and everything that she's going through. Well, the Lord already is handling it. So God doesn't need your help, And God didn't ask you to go and vilify this woman day and night. Some of you people, and see, this is the crazy part about it. The bitch don't even know her, but yet she wants to vilify her every single day. Every single day. I mean, peoples, you got to be mad motherfucking crazy to be focused upon a woman who ain't did shit to you. And then lying upon her like she does 24/7. She sits under a computer screen. She's ugly as hell. She's a motherfucking witch. I mean, that bitch is so fucking ugly. It's just crazy, peoples. That's why she never shows herself. And then she has she has a icon and stuff that, trying to make it seem like she's a young broad, but she's like Casey. She's an ugly motherfucker. See, she changed her name. I found out who Moca Unfiltered really is. And she changed her name. She changed her name to Moca. I'm gonna go ahead and get that information, peoples, as to who her previous name is and stuff. But that bitch is motherfucking ugly. And she has an ugly attitude too, sits up there and she just complains all goddamn day long, peoples. Complains all goddamn day long. I mean, it's crazy. And see, the crazy part about it is she doesn't even know TM. All of you suckers who's talking about TM, you guys don't know that woman. The only thing that you know is what she gave you in the little bit that she put up on Facebook and YouTube, but that's it. And everybody talking about doing research upon people and stuff. I mean, what is it that you really know? Do you know where she was born? Do you know her parents? Do you know her grandparents? Do you know any other family other than the people who we already know of on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and Twitter and Twitch? Y'all don't know shit. And you talk so much shit. You motherfuckers just talk so much shit. Y'all act like y'all are the king and queens of the internet, and that y'all can expose any and everything at will about people. But see, people's, you're only just an IP address away from me figuring out who you are and diving into your personal shit and exposing you motherfuckers for the nefarious bullshit you have been saying about her. See, trust and believe, people's, what you do, others can do as well. You see what I'm saying? So be careful how you come off of wanting to go and vilify people. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then why do you want to try to vilify people when they're down? I never understood that. But see, I'm a praying man, peoples. And I thank God that God is going to literally bring your little asses by their neck and straighten your asses out. For doing this, for beating a woman down when she's down and stuff. It ain't right, people. It's not right. You got to know when to shut the fuck up and when to leave well enough alone and mind your own fucking business. This is why many of you go through the shit that you go through now, peoples. Y'all talk about people complaining about you now and shit. You ain't seen nothing yet because it's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming. I see it. I see it, peoples. You motherfucking asses is going to pay for the shit that you're doing because y'all think is sweet. Y'all think it's just the right thing to do and stuff. It's not. You never beat people while they're down. Never. Never beat people while they're down, peoples. When the shit happens, I'm going to sit back and I'm just going to look because it's going to happen. And all of you subservient bitches that left my channel to go over there to boost her ass up. Oh, I can't wait, people. See, I shouldn't even be saying this. I shouldn't even be thinking this because I shouldn't even be wishing shit upon people. But the way that I feel right now, I don't give a fuck. I want your ass to suffer. All of you demonic suckers. I want your asses to suffer. Suffer like she is. Get a taste of your own mess and see how it feels to consistently and instantly keep browbeating people when they're down. You know? It's wrong, people. It's wrong. And somebody's got to stand up to it. Somebody got to say something. What you guys gonna say about me? You gonna browbeat me? Bring it on, because I'm ready. I'm ready for a battle. I'm ready to get some new blood so I can go in and make some lives and shit and just literally, make mincemeat out of you. You know, I'm ready. You suckers. Y'all hold on for a second. All right, people, so I'm back. I had to take care of this business. I had to take care of this business. Some shit that has been going on, and you know, I keep trying to reassure people you got to relax because everything is taken care of. When I get when I get the stuff, then the people told me that things will be in writing. Any business that you do, people, you get it in writing. Get it in writing. So this is why we pay insurance. We pay insurance because the insurance covers us. I am fully covered. So I'm telling the people, relax because everything is taken care of. I am fully covered. I don't care what you may think, you may feel. Relax. I'm fully covered. That's why I have insurance. Okay. So, just want to let the people know because they're watching it live too. So, and I keep getting text messages and things, and I stop in my live to address that issue. All right. So peoples, like I say, you can't continue to keep beating people down when they're crushed. The can has been crushed. The can has been crushed. TM has did what she did. Whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, whether anybody likes it or not, TM did what she did. Okay. You can't crush the can no more than what has already been crushed. But see, the thing is, people, and this is my admonishment to you suckers out there, because I hear all the time, oh, when they talked about me, they said this about me, they did this and that and the other. Well, see, if you thought that was really something, wait till the Lord gets a hold of your ass. Wait till the Lord gets a hold of your ass. Wait till the Lord allows some real heavy shit to really bring you down. You thought that was something? That shit ain't nothing. Because you think that you're not going to suffer behind the things that you're doing now. And you don't know the irreparable harm that you're doing by consistently and instantly making these lives and putting all of this madness upon this woman. Whether it be true or whether it be not true, it really doesn't matter. But she's crushed. She's crushed, people. She is crushed. Whether TM had Kanika or not, she's crushed. Whether she got evil spirits in her system or not, she's crushed. Who gives each and every one of you the fucking right to continue to keep belittling this woman in the manner to which you're doing? Her family, Kanika is already gone. She's already suffering behind that. Whatever choices that she had made, she's suffering behind that. But yet you suckers continue to keep crushing her. So how about this motherfucker crush you? How about I just go down the line and call up all of you goddamn channels and stuff and start crushing you? Start getting some information about you and start putting it out there. I don't give a fuck. I'm already blessed. So I mean, if I know I'm going to get reprimanded for the things that I do, but I just ask the Lord to have mercy upon me. But I mean, shit, hey, it is what it is. I've been through it. That's why I've been into my car accident. That's why I lost my job. but I got a new one. You know, that's why the things happen up on the cruise ship, but I still enjoyed myself. So yeah, there's punishment, there's consequences behind your actions and things, but yet God still has mercy. But see, I'm his child, you know, and so if I go too far, the Lord knows to snatch me back. But see, if you're not his child, well then shit, man, you're going to get it 10 times worse, you know. Because if you're one of these demonic devils that the Lord has to wring by the neck to shut you up and to sit you down, you don't know if TM is a Christian or not. You know, I don't care if she's having makeshift altars and foaming at the mouth and speaking in tongues and, you know, doing all of this crazy shit or whatever. The woman is crushed. And I have always been taught, you never kick a person while they're down. You never do that, peoples. That is the most disgusting thing that a human being can ever do, is to crush someone while they're down. And do you think that the Lord looks friendly upon that? You Christian saints, you so-called sanctified, sophisticated sinners, you holier than thou, thou art loose. You people who proclaim to call yourself ministers and preachers, pastors, and evangelists and the likes and stuff, and then this is the type of behavior you're going to do when a person is crushed, and you have that type of attitude, you don't give a fuck? Really? You're just as goddamn demented and twisted as she is. God doesn't dwell up in your heart, because I can't see no preacher, pastor, evangelist, or anybody and stuff wants to beat a woman down and she's crushed. Now I can see these demonic suckers, these demonic bitches sitting around here like Moca Unfiltered, that sits her ass up there on a goddamn pedestal behind a goddamn microphone that looks ugly as fuck and stinking as a wench. Sits her ass up here all goddamn day long and wants to belittle this woman who's crushed. She's crushed. What more can you add to her story? She's crushed every goddamn day. And then what brings injury, insult to injury, these subservient suckers, these subservient bitches has the audacity to sit in her goddamn chat and embellish that shit. They praise that shit. They pay homage to the goddamn devil in disguise. Oh, Queen Moca Unfiltered. You're right. But I just remember not too long ago, your ass was crushed. And then I got the phone calls when they're talking about me. They're doing this about me. They're doing that about me. Oh, you remember the goddamn conversations, right, that I had with you. And I said, never mind them. Let it go. Let them go. Don't worry about that shit. But, oh, that was comforting words from me, from Edward Joseph. But you forgot that you were in that situation at one point. And thank God that Edward Joseph was right there to speak life into your situation and to help you navigate those channels and to get through that. TM ain't got nobody. All of you demented suckers out there is doing a heinous thing. Never in my life, never in the history of my life have I ever encountered all of these demonic people that wants to crush a woman while she's down. And then y'all make page after page, live after live after live after live after live. Well, see, I'm a praying man. God answers my prayers because He answered my prayers. Because I pray for a lot of things, and a lot of this stuff is coming to fruition now. I prayed that me and Slave put our differences aside, and we did. I prayed that me and Fresh Swords put our differences aside, and we did. I prayed that me and Nosy Bug put our differences aside, and we did. I prayed that the Lord would reveal the suckers, the snakes, the slithering suckers, the slithering double forked tongue bitches that was close to me, to reveal who they are. Unmask those bitches and let me see them for who they really are. And He did. And only the bitches that got pissed off with me were the ones who chimed out. See, God answers my prayer, peoples. This is why you can't touch me. That's why you can't do shit to me. You can talk about me, but the more you talk about me, the more that you're talking about Him, because the Lord dwells in me. Now, I ain't always a saint. I ain't always holy and God Almighty and all like that. I'm still human. I'm still flesh and blood. I still have strongholds. I still have issues and things that I'm dealing with and stuff. I still got a goddamn attitude. But see, if the Lord can knock Saul to his feet and blind his eyes until he goes and repent and redeems himself unto Christ, until Peter changes his wicked ways, and until Moses, the one who had killed the man, but yet still found favor with God, until King Solomon, the wisest king that ever lived and stuff, he was an adulteress, but yet the Lord had mercy upon him. And then look at what was his name? The one who had brought down the temple. Samson, the man who was mightier than the Hulk, and who was literally taken down to his knees by Delilah, because all of his power lied in that hair, in the locks of his hair. See, all of these people didn't obey God in the beginning, because they were doing their deviant, devilish, and demonic madness, but the Lord still used them. Now, if the Lord can use a jackass to come into the city and the people cry, Hosanna, blessed be the rock of my salvation, and all of the people bow down. Now, if God can use a jackass for His glory, what do you think that He can use you? Jackasses? Because you're a jack's ass. You are what did it call? Satan's anal hole. What's her name had spoke upon that. What is the lady's name? Sherry Shriner has spoke upon that. You people are just like Satan's anal hole. People who tend to gravitate to mess and madness and confusion, I pray for you. I seriously pray for you, peoples. I really do. I pray mightily for you. I do. And by doing what you're doing and stuff, and then wanting to come and want to try to come back to my life and justify who she is? Well, why are you talking about her? I think she's a good person. Really, peoples? I think you lost your everlasting mind. You ain't got shit to say to me. What the fuck are you going to justify anything to me for her? I've heard what she said. I came over there. I thought that she was legit in things until I started to listen with my ego ears, and I start to see with my ego eyes what she was about and shit. And then I got ghosts. I got ghosts, peoples. I got ghosts. I didn't waste no time. I got ghosts. I said no, no to the no, no, no. You know that guy says no, no to the no, no, no. Hell no, no, no to the no, no, no. Peoples, you got me fucked up. You got me wrong. See, all of you suckers talked about me and stuff, but see, the one thing that you failed to realize is that I am a man of my word, and I stick to my word. All of this time, I yielded grace and mercy to you suckers. You talked about me. You ridiculed me. You did everything, but I still loved you anyhow. I still forgave you because that's not the type of heart that Edward Joseph carries. I can't sit here and call myself a Christian and hate your guts. No, the Lord told me to love the hell out of you. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm keeping his commandments. I'm loving you despite of what you do. You know, I got to exhibit that type of love. That's why I always greet you with salutations and blessings and things. And then I'll always do the same whenever I commence my life. But some of you don't even deserve that. Oh, and I know you're talking right now because I hear you. Yeah, you suckers, you bitches is laying me out big time. Yeah, I can't stand that, Edward. I don't give a fuck. Because I can't stand you. I love you to death. I really do. I love you. I love you with the love of Christ. But I can't stand your wicked ways. I can't stand how you are. Do you understand that? And see, God can't stand you either. And he's going to shut you down. He's going to shut you down. And I'm going to be right there when it happens. I'm going to be right there. I'm going to be right there looking. And then when it comes, I'm just going to say, I told you so. That's all I'm going to say. I told you so. You know? Every last one of you deviant, devilish, and demonic suckers out there that sits up here and listen to this woman and give this woman praise and accolades for beating down a lady who's crushed. You're so fucking demonic. It's just crazy to me. And it's unconscionable to even think about. People who I used to politic with is over there with a cult. Yeah, I get it. You're lonely. You want some things to do. You want to go to a new channel. You want a new experience and stuff. Well, keep your motherfucking ass over there. You ain't got to come back. I'm not telling you not to come back, but I'm saying you ain't got to come back. You know, you ain't got to, because what the fuck do you want over here? I mean, I'm still going to be the same. I'm still going to shoot my shot. I'm still going to say what I need to say, do what I need to do and stuff. And it's going to piss you off. So why would you want to come back to a place that's going to piss you off? Because I'm going to talk about you big time. Because you stupid. You're stupid. Fucking stupid. Just stupid. People, am I putting emphasis upon that? Because see, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm seriously not, people. I'm telling you, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm just doing what Mocha Unfiltered, the devil in disguise, does. See, I'm doing just like what she does. I am ridiculing her and her followers just the way that she does it, because she has her screen up, she sits behind a mic, and then she talks trash talk forever and a day. I'm just doing the same thing. Now, is that pissing all of you people off that follow her? I hope it is. I know it's effective. I know I'm getting under her skin and your skin too. Oh, because I see it. I see the changes that she had made in her life and stuff. She ain't coming down with that strong gusto, that strong, deep baritone voice of hers and shit. I altered it. I altered the way that she does her lives, peoples, because she watches me. Because of subservient suckers watches me. But see, it brings me joy that a couple of people from her channel came over to my channel. You know, they came over to my channel and they watched my channel. You know, people are listening. And the more that I keep doing these lives, the more that they're going to listen. And then while they're listening, they're going to learn. And when they learn, they're going to make that transition, get out of that hellhole. All the brother wanted to do last night. And I saw it. I saw it all. I saw it all. I saw it with my own eyes. So he ain't had to come to the live to tell me, because I've seen it for myself. Uncle G, not Uncle Fed, people's Uncle G. He calls himself Uncle G. Uncle G came into my live last night, and you know, he bore witness to what he had experienced in that cult-like setting. And see, Mocha Unfiltered tried to admonish the man, all because he told her he didn't agree with her. Now, why would I want to block all of you for not agreeing with me? That's stupid. I didn't ask you to agree with me. Frankly, I don't care whether you agree with me or not. I just asked you to listen and learn something. Because when you listen, you'll learn. You learn what to do, and when you learn not to do, peoples, you will learn not to crush the can when it's already crushed. You will learn not to continue to keep belittling people who's already crushed. I can't teach you nothing else, people, but I can teach you that. Because see, the reason why I can't teach you anything else, because you don't want to listen. You're hard-headed. And when the Lord gets a hold of your ass, oh my goodness. Woo, man. I can't wait, because it's coming. It's coming. Some of you is going to get it real hard. And this Mocha Unfiltered, the devil in the skies, that bitch is going to get it so hard, people. Man, I feel it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you what I know. I feel it. And I shouldn't be feeling this way, people, but I want it to happen. I really do. Now, it may not happen in the manner to which I want it to be, but it will happen. Because, see, the thing is, God has to do it. Because God already told you in his word. And God is a God that he just cannot lie. So it's happening. It's going to happen, people. You know? My only prayer is let it happen publicly. And let the people come and confess to the various things that they have done. That's my only prayer. You know, let us all see it. And then make sure that they won't ever do that again. I have never been so disgusted in my days, peoples. Really. This shit takes the cake. You know. Now I get it because I ridiculed TM too, but I didn't ridicule TM when she was crushed. I ridiculed TM when she was up on her feet, when she was prancing around with all of that money and acting sassy and things, and thought that she had the world in all in her hands, and she had a good grip on this case and stuff. Oh, I ridiculed her bad. I think I ridiculed her way worse than anybody ever did. And it got results because it changed her trajectory. It changed her mindset. So I prayed mightily for TM. I prayed that guilt will hit her so hard and heavy that she will come out and she start confessing. Oh yeah, she was watching my lives. And a lot of that outburst was because of me. Because she would mix scripture with a lot of the stuff that she would be saying. And she will quote a certain scripture that I will always quote. She was talking directly to me. See, I understand subliminals. You didn't understand it, people. So I understand it. Every time I went live, every time, it would affect her in such a way. And now, finally, my prayers has been answered because now she's broken. She's finally reeling from the shit that she did. She knows what she did. She knows. And that's all that matters, people. She knows. We ain't got to like TM. We ain't got to love TM. We ain't even got to accept TM. We can have a very good disdain for the madness that she had perpetrated in this case. But we can't change it, peoples. But she's already went through and is still going through even more so now. More so ever before. Because like I told TM, you can't play with God. You can sit up there and you can have a rabbit's hole and you can have Buddha, you can have Confucius, you can, be an Eastern Star or a witch, dibble dabble and voodoo and hocus pocus and ikapikis and all that stuff. However you want to do it. But God will humble your little black tail. And that's exactly what he's doing, people. He's in God's hands. The devil can't do no more to TM than what the Lord allows. And the Lord ain't going to allow the devil to destroy her. He may allow her to go a little crazy and do a little whatever and stuff and things. But if she keeps on with those antics and stuff, then she's going to find herself in a world of hurt. Because the government got papers on her now. For that stunt that she pulled, running out with no clothes on and all of that stuff. Now the foaming at the mouth and spitting and all that stuff. I didn't even want to see that shit, That's some crazy crap. But see, she knew what she was doing. Y'all think that TM is possessed. She's not possessed. TM knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly how to get attention. Because, like I said, her actions is purposeful. You got to purpose yourself. The devil ain't going to tell TM, okay, well, now click this button, do this, do that, get your live prepared and stuff, and then have your hair straight and all like that. So when you go live, the people will see you and, blah, 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 and so on and so forth and all like that. Devil ain't going to do all that. Because, see, if TM was possessed, she wouldn't be in her right mind. And there is nothing that is organized with the devil. Do you understand what I'm saying? The devil is not organized. The devil comes to seek, to kill, and destroy. He comes with conflict and confusion. Just like the man who was possessed with the legions and things. And When Jesus came here, I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share this with you people. So let me see if I can have this in my history. Let me go to my channel. I want to share a little something with you. All right, people. Oh, let me move this. Let me stop sharing my screen, but I'm gonna share my screen this way. I want you guys to see something. And I hope it's still up there. And maybe this will help some of you. You know, see, things be happening and stuff and be happening for a reason. And the Lord wants me to use these things to go ahead and connect with the people, to show the people, to tell the people. And so I'm being obedient. Let me see. Okay, so these are just the lives and stuff, but is this my home channel? This may not show it because oh yeah, no, it does. It did. It shows it. Okay, it's things like this. Let me see. I need to go to the one with the guy who was possessed. I don't know if you guys ever watched that before. Fried grapes is really good, people. If you never had fried grapes, cook it in some olive oil. Oh my God. I would click on that, but I don't really want to go through and see that. But cook you some fried grapes. They got 4.5 million views upon this, but I tried that. And fried grapes is good. It's crunchy. It gives a little crunch upon the grapes. But you got to cook it in some olive oil. So let me see. I was just watching it the other day, so hopefully I can find it, peoples, because I want you guys to see something. And it was talking about a man who was possessed with an evil spirit. Oh, please, Lord, let it come up. I know it's just only been one day. It was just yesterday. Oh my God. And look at this. Aunt Betsy is cooking the chitterlings, peoples. I don't know if you guys like chitterlings, but it's cooking the chitterlings. Ooh, it's so much. It's so much stuff that can be talking about. And I told T Slay, we need to get together and we need to talk about a new case. I need to get a new case. So, we getting that together. And it's going to be T Slay and Edward Joseph. T Slay and Edward Joseph. And it's going to be called, I had a name for it. It'll come to me in a moment, but I had a name for it. T Slay and Edward Joseph, the I had a name for it, people. It ain't coming to me right now, but it will. Okay, maybe I need to go back up and click that, and then probably they start giving me all of these. I think I may do that, and then I can go directly to the channel, and then it'll show me what I need to see. Yeah, but me and Slade, we're merging together, peoples, and we're going to bring you a nice case. And we're doing that because we want the people to see that, look, even arch enemies can work together. But she's not my enemy no more, people. So, I mean, we put all of that stuff behind us. Okay, so I can't find it, peoples. I don't know, because every time you go on the phone is different from when you get on the computer. So that's crazy. I know it's here, but you know, one day makes a difference, peoples. I mean, you got to go through thousands of videos just to get back to that one video that you wanted to see. Next time when I start to view these things, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy it and copy to my channel. But let me go back to that one and I can go to that website. Okay, let's do this.
Did you know that there is an angel who walks among us collecting prayers? The Bible.
God's secret food that sustained a prophet.
If you're spending money on ads, but
I'm already over 30 years old. This little fawn was a
Watch this camera rotate.
Thanks to you, we
Eventually.
thank you for calling customers.
we just grilled
I had never seen this kind of.
I'm smart. Hey.
His dad once made.
Can I pray for the.
People's even cats can see spirits.
Can I pray for the rest of your
Okay, let's go.
His dad.
Go back to the other thing.
I'm smart. What else? What else? What else?
I had never seen this kind of floor anywhere. And
we just grilled.
Thank you for calling.
Eventually, the world will forget you. People will move on. Opinions will fade. The applause will fall silent. But there is one true God who will never forget you. He sees you when no one else does. He hears every prayer whispered in the dark. He knows your heart when others only count your moments. The world measures you by success, but God measures you by your soul. Chasing validation will leave you empty, but living for Him fills you with a strength nothing can break. You were not created to chase fame. You were created to carry His presence. Your obedience echoes in eternity. Your life carries weight in heaven. So live for the one who never forgets you, the one who created you on purpose and with purpose.
Thanks to you.
Well, that's
Watch
good.
this.
this little fawn. I'm already over 30 years old.
If you're spending money on ads,
God's secret food that sustained.
Okay, here it is. Good. This is what I wanted you guys to see right here.
The day an ancient demon recognized Jesus before everyone else. In the city of Capernaum, the people gathered in the synagogue. Many still doubted who Jesus was. Some looked at him with curiosity, others with disbelief. Suddenly, a man stood up in the crowd, and inside him was a spirit that knew who Jesus was before anyone else in the synagogue understood. The spirit spoke in a voice that seemed to come from another world. I
Recognize you. You are the Holy One of God.
Jesus looked at him calmly and with authority. Be quiet and come out of him. The spirit trembled, shaking violently, but it could not resist. In an instant it left the man and he fell to the ground freed, breathing for the first time in a long time. Absolute silence filled the synagogue. Every gaze was fixed on Jesus, understanding something impossible to ignore. Even an ancient spirit, full of evil and centuries-old secrets, recognized his authority. That day it became clear to everyone. Even what seemed invisible recognized his power. Jesus' authority was unmatched and no one could doubt who he really was. The day an
The secret death.
With Monday.com.
The day an ancient
There's one more that I want you guys to see. All right, people, so let's look at this one. I think this may be it.
The day Jesus faced the oldest demon in heaven. In the Gospel of Mark, chapter 5, Jesus arrives in a region and meets a man possessed by a legion of demons.
Yeah, this is it.
But what many do not know is that among all those demons there was a different one, a very ancient one, the first one to fall from heaven. This demon did not shout his name like others did. When Jesus approached, he trembled with fear. He could not hide himself and was forced to reveal a name that only God knew, his name before the fall. The demon begged Jesus, "Do not send us to the abyss." Why was he so afraid? Because he knew that Jesus had the power to lock him in the place they fear the most. The abyss, a prison created by God for the most dangerous rebellious angels. This demon never spoke again. Some ancient writings say that he was sealed forever, because before Jesus, even the oldest demon falls to his knees. The day Jesus faced the oldest demon in heaven.
Yeah, that was one, but it was another one. Jeez, come on, Lord, let me find that video. Let me find that video. You showed me. You showed me. You showed me. You showed me. And I need to. Okay. This is one. K-Sweet, if you're watching, ma'am, this is what you were talking about.
On the day God used the most despised bird to feed his prophet, the sun was beating down on a dry land. Not a drop of rain had fallen for months. Hunger and thirst covered the kingdom of Israel because the prophet Elijah had declared that there would be no rain until God commanded it. Elijah was alone, persecuted, his life in danger for telling the truth. But God spoke to him. "Elijah, go to the brook Cherith. There you will drink from the water, and I will send down my provisions from on high." Elijah obeyed and walked into the desert without provisions, without shelter, with only the voice of God guiding his steps. He came to the brook Cherith, where water still flowed through the dry ground. There he waited, not knowing how he would be sustained. Then the sky moved. Black shadows crossed the dawn and the silence was filled with a sacred murmur. They were ravens, unclean birds, despised by the world, but chosen by God to fulfill his purpose. They brought bread and meat and placed them before the prophet as if heaven itself were feeding him. Every day the miracle descended on time, without fail, without noise, only obedience, only faith. Thus God demonstrated that he can use what no one imagines to care for those who trust in him. On the day God used the most
So God had used the raven, which is, in other words, the crow, one of the most despicable birds, for his purpose. And so God can use a raven, or if God can use a jackass, well, can God use you? I mean, some of you ain't even worthy to be used for anything. But it is what it is, peoples. You know, it is what it is. I just want to, I want to find one more. I got to find that. And I was just playing it the other day. But I'm glad that I'm on a channel to where it will show these tales and things. I'm looking for the guy who was possessed with the legion of demons. Because people tend to think that when you're possessed, you know, you can pretty much think clearly. And that's not the case. Because if that be the case, well then, goddamn it, we have a lot of possessed demonistic people who's walking the earth, and will have a conversation with you, and they're possessed with a goddamn demon. And if you don't have eagle eyes, then you wouldn't even know. So if that be the case, people, but I ain't never known people to be possessed and still be in their right mind. Maybe there is some validity to that. Maybe this is why I'm fighting a battle with all of you subservient suckers. Maybe you are possessed, you know? And this is God's way of saying, hey, uh, watch out for these people because they mean you no good. Maybe, I just may be happy that I've made some changes in things and stuff, because some of you, boy, man alive, I tell you, oof. If the Lord wasn't my witness, boy. Okay, I can't find it, peoples. All right, it may be here, and I've probably already passed it by, but I was just looking at the the pictures and stuff, and thought that I'll be able to find it, but I guess I can't find it. So, but I wanted to make a point with that. And that was a very powerful little thing that these people did. But if it's not meant for me to find it, then it's not meant for me to find it. I mean, hey, can't cry. It is what it is. But see, the thing is, people, even the ancient demon recognized Jesus. And the ancient demon had to bow. And some of you will bow, because the scripture says every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that he is Lord. So you won't be able to continue to keep your rants and your ravings upon people who is crushed, because the Lord doesn't look so kindly upon that. And I feel sorry for some of you, really do. Because some of you just has some very wicked hearts, very, very wicked. And it's just sad, really sad. And you're thinking that you're doing a mighty good works and stuff, but you ain't doing shit. All you're doing is numbering your days. I kind of almost want to think that this is it, but see, this is in Spanish. Let me see.
Este es el demonio que tentó a Jesús en el desierto. Después de su bautismo, Jesús no fue a predicar. Fue llevado al desierto por el Espíritu. Allí pasó 40 días sin comer, cansado y solo. Justo cuando estaba en su punto más débil, apareció el enemigo.
No, that was when Jesus was walking in the wilderness. Okay, so I think this is the only closest one that I can find to it. But it was another one. But I don't see it, people. So I'm not going to worry about it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it, so and is it that's okay. All right, people, so I don't see it, so oh well. Guess I won't be able to make that point. Then confront. Okay. Fine. Wow, I don't see it, man. I really don't see it. I see the most serious angelness. Okay. Then the man to fast. Sound like okay. Can the angels okay. Taken up? Save Moses. Not angel the data. Lucifer. Okay, the man is what's the same? Okay. Okay, this is the one that we already saw, but I think that's it. I don't see it, people. So I really don't see it. So, okay, 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 okay. Okay, just watched. Yeah, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. Okay, so I guess this is English and Spanish all mixed up in things. I don't see it, people. Well, see, it could have been one of these down here, but I can't read Spanish, so I don't know. Could be one of them. Because I know that when I watched it, it was in English, but all of this is Spanish. Well, parts of it anyway. But oh my goodness, boy, come on, man. Let me find it, please. Okay, I don't see it. Oh well, I don't see it, peoples, but it was a good. I'm gonna find it and then I'm gonna play it back. I'm gonna find it, but then I'm gonna play it back. But yeah, that just goes to show you, peoples. You know, um, and sometimes these illustrations that they be showing and things, it's a good thing, to show you. There's consequences behind these actions that the people take. There are serious consequences behind the actions that the people take, and knocking people while they're down. it's a serious thing to me, you know. But we had a good live on last night, peoples. I had a very good live, you know. And Tip Tip, she came in, she came in rocking. I mean, she came in with explosion. I went to sleep listening to the live and stuff. So I'm gonna do it like this. Let me change. Let me share my screen this way. We're gonna go back and we're gonna play an oldie but goodie. I'm gonna go back. No. I know what we can do. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. All right. So I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna go. Okay, let's go back here, people. All right. So let's go back to. Let me change it to here. Let me change that, and let me call this up. Share my screen. Go back to Kanika Jenkins' chat room. I'll call that up. But we're going to do the media this time. We're going to look at the media. Look at all of the things that I accumulated throughout the years and stuff. And I'm going to have to download all of this. This is all of the media that I accumulated throughout the years in the Kanika Jenkins case and things, you know. Then there is me. There is Edward Joseph, you know. That's me and my boy. When he was younger, he was a younger lad, but now he's gotten older. And look at him. He's doing the same thing I'm doing. He has kind of like that little smug smile. All right, but this is TM, peoples. This is TM. This is TM and her sister. Y'all see that? This is TM and her sister. How you can tell, because look at the rounded thing. It's more rounded than that. That's a little bit more kind of squarish, rounded. Then look at the eyes. TM got bags under her eyes. She doesn't. TM got a little bit more rounder face. She doesn't. TM got the little line under her neck. She doesn't. So just like Kanika had a twin, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, well, TM had a twin too. And there you see the twin right there. So in some pictures, you're actually seeing TM, and then in some pictures, you're actually seeing her sister. This is her sister. See, I got more. I got more information about TM and the family than Moca Unfiltered, because the bitch don't know what she's talking about. And then this is this is Kanika's real dad right here. This is Ken Sr. And something happened to his eye. He's got his eye got messed up. But this is not Kanika. This is his other kids. This is the two girls that you never even hear about. But this is Kanika's stepsisters right here. as you can see. These are the girls that you guys never even hear about. And then this right here is Lenora's kids. And she just kills me. This is the baby girl. And these are the boys. These are the supposed twins right here. But she dresses up like a guy. She's a guy girl, you know. But one thing about Lenore, she keeps her kids, you know, really nice, dressed really nice and stuff. So she really heavily invested in all of them and make sure that they got nice clothing and things like that and stuff. And see, this is Ken Sr. And this is Latasha Jenkins. That's Kanika's cousin, Latasha Jenkins. And this is Ken Sr. This is Kanika's actual father, not the King Edward Jenkins. Whatever the fuck that is that Moca Unfiltered had been trying to proclaim. And then here is a makeshift model of Kanika with Bree. And look at Bree. Bree got all of those goddamn tattoos all over her body and shit. I see that, right? This is not a real Kanika. This is the makeshift Kanika. This is not Kanika alive in flesh. As you can see, it's a cutout. It's a cardboard like size model of Kanika. Now I want you guys to look at something. Look at Kanika's thighs. See how big Kanika was, peoples? Kanika was thick. It wasn't skinny. And another thing I want you to see. Oh, enlarging is not going to do, so I can't really enlarge it. So let me reduce it down some. Okay, that's about as large as I'm going to get it right here. Okay, look at Kanika's dimples. See that? Look at Kanika's lips. And I got to shrink it down a little bit so I can be able to get the full. Okay, this is Abraham May's page that I got this off of. And we're going to do it at 175. Now, look at Kanika's thighs. Look how big Kanika is. Y'all see that, right? Kanika wasn't a small fry. When you guys were looking at Kanika was a young girl, you know, thin, but Kanika was thick. I see that, right? Look how well filled out Kanika was. I see that, right? Okay, so this is Lenora and her twin boys, the two boys that I just shown you. And then you already see the girl right here. She was the firstborn. So that was the young lady who was in the picture with the two little boys and stuff, as you guys can see. And then, who do you guys think this is? Who do you guys think that is? And where is TM? Where with this picture of this baby right here? Y'all know who that is, peoples? I said, do you guys know who that is, peoples? You wouldn't even believe me if I told you. Y'all know who that is? That is Kanika, right there. That's Kanika right there. This baby. That's Kanika. Now you see how older Lenora is from Kanika. Makes you wonder, huh? Makes you wonder. That ain't the twins, peoples. That ain't none of the twins. That's Kanika. Because see, Lenora was older when she had the twins, but she was younger when Kanika was born. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, you guys are not getting it. All right, so y'all keep thinking TM is Kanika's mama. Keep thinking TM is Kanika's mama. All right, let's look at this. It says twins, beautiful queen. TM Martin has said, okay, y'all, I'm going to boast now. I do all the work. I have three twin girls. I have three twins, 2 girls and 1 son. Okay, did you hear that, peoples? Did you see what TM said? Okay, y'all, I'm going to boast now. I do all the work. I have 3 twins, 2 girls, and 1 son. And I love y'all. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all. Thank you for your prayers. She has 2 twin girls. I mean, three. She has 3 twins. 3 twins, 2 girls, and 1 son. 2 girls. So guess who the girls is, peoples? Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. The twins. The twins. The twin girls, peoples. Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. Okay. Now, do you guys understand now, people? TM told you she has 3 twins, 2 girls and 1 son. Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin, and Ken Jr. Okay. TM has said, clothes have never made a person remember this is your help is and never been needed. Now get the fuck on. Mama T speaking, it backs up. You all do not know what the fuck we go through. Guess what? We're going to get justice now. Block whoever have anything to say about my child. This is my only daughter left. You church lady. So you guys see, TM was going through some shit. He was going through some shit, but yet you guys still want to beat and batter her down. Why y'all beating him, batter her down? She's already beaten down, peoples. Okay? So this is when they was fucking with me. You know what they did to me? So what happened? They stopped me from posting and took my lives down yesterday. The last 3 I just did. That is why I didn't go live yesterday. Tiff is on board. That's not Kanika in the freezer. Well, that's what people say. But see, they've been fucking with me, people. They took down my lives, but I got them all back. Every last one of them, I got my lives back. Okay. Let's look at this, peoples. It says, it is Jenkins. You can see the tattoo on her wrist. See Kanika at an early age, peoples, and you can see the butterfly right there on her stomach. It is Jenkins. You can see the tattoo on her waist. And then somebody said, it is edited. And I said, no. I said, oh, the tattoo on her waist? No, the tattoo has always been there. That's the real Kanika, peoples, because Kanika had the tattoo on her waist. We see Kanika and Shemaiah. So she said that she did this, the posting up for the picture they uploaded. Says, is this Kanika Martin? Because Kanika Martin has a sleepy eye, and eye on the left is a sleepy eye. So do you guys see any tattoos on the waist? Remember, Kanika had a tattoo on her waist. Kanika Martin didn't. You guys remember Kink Extraordinaires, right? Kink Extraordinaires has been described as the premier dungeon of Chicago. Its website said it offered beautiful, psychologically sophisticated kinksters who play out of a private 5-floor dungeon with multiple fully equipped theme rooms. The business, officially known as Selective Management Enterprises Incorporated, was based in the 2400 block of West Augusta, Georgia. Nesbitt's lawyer made headlines months after she was charged by writing in a court filing that many of Ms. Nesbitt's former clients hold positions of prestige just in the community, including in law enforcement and government. They wrote that many were, and then I had the rest of the stuff, but that's what I captured. Well, guess who was a part of Kink Entertainment, peoples? Brothel, known as the City Premier's Dungeon, that apparently boasted thousands of clients and collected more than $1 million. Jessica Nesbitt, known as Madame Priscilla Bell, pleaded guilty to a prostitution conspiracy revolving around her West Side business known as Kink Extraordinaires. West Side. Who used to live in the West Side? You guys remember who used to live in the West Side, right? None other than TM herself with her family. She was living in the West Side of Chicago, and she was part of Kink Entertainment's peoples. She was known as Madame TM. Where attorneys said that 9,000 clients, including people holding positions of prestige in the community, including in law enforcement and government. So you guys remember when TM said that she was a prostitute, right? Well, who do you think that she was a prostitute for, and what company that she was working for? Well, there it is, Kink Entertainment's peoples. Jenkins' family attorney, Larry Rogers Jr., told the Chicago Tribune the photos don't provide much comfort. Frankly, the photos depicting how Kenneka was found raised more questions about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins than the answer, Rogers Jr. said on behalf of the family. The images gives a full tour of the hotel that Jenkins and friends had partied in before she stumbled through the halls of the building and into a vacant kitchen and walk-in freezer. So they're pretty much telling you Kenneka walked herself into that freezer. Okay. That's what they said. So we all know this girl right here. And they proclaimed that she was a Kenneka lookalike, peoples. But you be the judge. But she wasn't one who played at the establishment, peoples. Okay. Now, Teresa Martin. To Teresa Martin. This is Teresa Martin post. Teresa Martin clearly said Kenneka never had no health issues with her lungs. Now, this is Teresa Martin stating this herself, peoples. This is why I say I got so much shit that these motherfuckers keep thinking that they know every goddamn thing. And the autopsy that was supposed to have been done on Kenneka wasn't Kenneka. Because, again, TM is telling you. This is her post. Let's read her post, peoples. TM said that Kenneka never had no issues with her lungs. The medical examiner never stated to me, or started, she said started, but she meant stated to me at our meeting that Kenneka teeth were knocked out, as well as other bruises, which didn't give a copy of Kenneka's death report. They stated it wasn't ready, that it wouldn't be given to my attorney. On September the 9th, 2017, Crown Plaza had employees cleaning the pool area around 3 to 4-ish a.m. in the morning. Okay. Now listen to what TM said, peoples. When my daughter and I first saw Kenneka's body, I stated to Lenore it looked as if Kenneka was choked. Bingo to the fucking bingo, peoples. You motherfuckers all out there that think that you know every goddamn thing about the case. This is TM giving her testimony. How many times did I tell you, suckers, that Kanika was choked? Now, this is the proof and the evidence of what TM is saying herself, people. And she said that Kanika teeth were knocked out. So Kanika's teeth was knocked out means that Kanika suffered a massive blow. Well, goddamn it, the medical examiner's office never did say that Kanika was missing teeth. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So what I've been saying forever and a day, that the goddamn autopsy report is bogus, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Because I told you, suckers, that it wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika who was being autopsy, peoples. And I told you that TM literally told you what happened. But you suckers didn't want to believe me. Y'all believe every goddamn thing that is ever put in this goddamn case. But you got to shut the fuck up and listen sometimes. Because I'm giving you the juicy juicies. And I've been giving you the juicy juicies for a long time. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because this is what she said. There it is right there. The death report, they stated, wasn't ready, that it would be given to her attorney. But the question is, peoples, did her attorney ever get the death report? Because we got a death report, but the death report did not match up Kanika Jenkins, peoples. The medical examiner's report did not line up with Kanika Jenkins' body, peoples. I've been telling you guys that for the fucking longest time. Y'all been thinking Kanika had topiramate in her system. No, peoples. No. It wasn't Kanika. And who better to tell you than TM herself? She told you, peoples. She's been telling you. For years, she's been telling you. Edward Joseph has been telling you for years. Y'all, hold on. Hello? All right, peoples. Edward Joseph has been telling you for years that that wasn't Kanika. I've been telling you guys that for years. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph. But now you'll listen, peoples. Because TM is telling you herself that Kanika was choked. Remember when TM had said them bastards killed my child? Well, them bastards killed her child. Kanika's teeth was knocked out of her mouth. The medical examiner's report never mentioned Kanika's being choked, never mentioned the ligature marks around her neck. That's why they covered her neck in and at the funeral home and in and at the hotel in the freezer. That's why her neck was covered, because she was choked, peoples. She was choked. The evidence is right there, peoples. The evidence is right there in your goddamn fucking face. And I've been telling you suckers that for years. Nobody wanted to believe Ever Joseph. Everybody wanted to believe this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious medical examiner's report that had nothing to do with Kanika Jenkins. And TM has already told you, peoples, but you suckers wanted to believe that madness that they put out there, that I've been fighting forever and a day to tell you suckers that it wasn't Kanika. And there's TM right there telling you unequivocally and undeniably that that wasn't Kanika. Okay. Y'all hold on for a second. I'm just writing something here. See, peoples, I've always told you that I can always prove my stance. I got receipts. I got what they say. You know? I've been telling you that for years. But you suckers didn't want to listen. Well, you're listening today. You're listening today, like I said. Because TM is bearing witness herself through her own messages, peoples. All right, let's get back into this. So, she said on September the 9th, 2017, Crown Plaza Hotel had employees cleaning the pool area around 3 or 4 a.m. When my daughter and I first saw Kanika's body, I stated to Lenore, it looked as if Kanika was choked. Wet, and Lenore said, Ma, look at her hair. It looked like Kanika was fighting for her life. The only way I found out about Kanika's teeth knocked out of her mouth was from looking at videos as well as other bruises on her body. Okay, let's listen to this. TM said, the only way I found out about Kanika's teeth knocked out of her mouth, meaning that the medical examiner never told her that Kanika's teeth was knocked out of her mouth. The medical examiner never told her that Kanika had other bruises on her body. But remember when Lenore said that she had video footage of, and she had 5 other videos. Well, guess what videos that she saw? The evidence is right there, people. It's in your face. The authorities, the medical examiner, never told TM about the other bruises on Kanika's body. Never told her that her teeth was knocked out. Kanika was choked. I told you that. Because I said she was carried. And if you carried people's, it looked like at the point in time to when Kanika was in the arms of the perpetrator, you can see her hand cuffed and she's grabbing the wrist of the perpetrator. The perpetrator has her holding her, because that's how you die, people. You die the way that had her hands. She was grasping at the person's arm. She was holding a person's wrist while she was being choked out. While she was being choked out, peoples. You're not going to die and then go and grab somebody's wrist while you die, peoples. No, you're going to grab somebody's wrist to try to prevent them from doing what they're doing. And that's how she died, peoples. The evidence is the evidence is undisputable. It's in your face, peoples. It's in your face. So when the suckers wants to sit up here and speak as if they really know about this goddamn case, well, you don't know, because see, I got the proof to the truth, because she is bearing witness to it, and nobody paid attention to it. I did. Oh man, I copied a lot of stuff, people. Man, I was a beast. And I told you for years. Nobody wanted to believe Edward Joseph. But God damn it, you believe me now, peoples. Peoples, I want you to look at her wrist. I mean, look at her hand. She was grasping the person's arm. There it is right there, peoples, in your face. She wasn't holding no cell phone. The fuck she's having a cell phone, peoples. She was grasping the person's arm while being choked out. That's why they put the hair around her neck. And then that right here is burnt plastic, peoples. It ain't that she was trying to get out no plastic bag, peoples. The burnt plastic that was sitting inside the freezer with her all over the floor, all on the back of her pants and everything, that little piece of plastic flew, and you can clearly see it is on top of the nail. You see that? It's on top of the nail. It sits on top of the nail. And you see how that is sitting up, and you see how this is sitting up over the nail. It ain't under the nail. It's sitting literally on top of the nail, peoples. Little piece of burnt plastic flew up and flew on her nail. So when people don't know how to read photos, they get the things wrong. And then they put out all of this salacious madness and stuff. And they put so much shit out, you know, they put so much shit out, and you can't even believe the shit people said they're putting out, because they don't fucking look. There it is right there, people. You can see the plastic is sitting over the nail and not under the nail, people, as you can see. So when suckers wants to sit up here and cloud a wild talking about they got the proof to the truth, these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because I'm giving you the proof to the truth. And the evidence is clearly in your goddamn face, peoples. There it is right there. Any fucking thing else that you guys need to know? Huh? I mean, you guys sit here and listen to stupid people give a goddamn narrative, and they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm proving to you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably. There it is right there. Okay? So, Kanika Jenkins was choked out, people. She was murdered. She was murdered. And like TM said, the medical examiner never told them that she had ligature marks around her neck. The medical examiner never put in the report that Kanika's teeth was knocked out of her mouth. They never told her that. They never told her that, peoples. So TM has already been confessing before she officially been confessing. And TM has literally been telling you what has happened, peoples. But I have looked and I have listened and I have learned and I have been telling you guys forever and a day. Nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph, but that was okay, people. You didn't have to listen to me. You really didn't. Well, but at the end of the day, I've been telling you, and I knew what I was talking about because I knew I had evidence to back up the various things that I was saying. So when all of these Mocha Latte Unfiltered start gabbing at the mouth and start talking all of her shit, the bitch don't know what she's talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See? So now you get the juicy juicies here. Now you get the confession from TM. Now you understand and see why TM is going nuts and bonkers. So then the question is, peoples, did we really have TM wrong? Did TM really have anything to do with the unalization of Kanika? Did she? We have to examine and go full scope to see what involvement TM had, because she had some involvement, peoples. No doubt she had some involvement, but to what degree? To what degree? And then I've always asked the question, TM, what did you know? And when did you know it? What did you know and when did you know it? That was the question, peoples. That was the question. What did TM know and when did she know it? Because TM knew something. Because she's sitting here, she's confessing. Okay? That's why TM is going crazy. Okay, people. 54 Keys had said, Tavia, I believe she was at the hotel. 54 Keys believed that Kanika was at the hotel. Okay, so let me say this again. 54 Keys stated that she believed that Kanika was at the hotel. All of these people said, oh, well, Kanika wasn't there and stuff. Well, you know, the one who you guys praise a lot believed that Kanika was at the hotel. And 54 is right. She was at the hotel because I've already shown you that she was at the hotel. No question about it. She was at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And now look what 54 Keys said. 54 Keys said, Tavia, I believe she was at the hotel. I was talking about room 926. I don't believe KJ was in room 926 the whole night. I'm sorry for the confusion. These 5 guys was unaccounted for 45 minutes. Where were they? I always believed there were multiple rooms. I love you, sis. Now, even 54 Keys is telling you there were multiple rooms. Now, I've been telling you forever and a day, peoples, that there were multiple rooms. See, it's funny, peoples, how literally things just tends to confirm itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when suckers don't want to listen to Edward Joseph, well, then you listen to the person who you've been listening to forever and a day, because there's her posts right there. So you ain't got to believe me, but you believe her. But she's basically, literally, telling you what I've been telling you for the longest time. But suckers don't want to listen. So now I just have to bring out the proof to my truth. Do you understand, peoples? So when suckers don't want to listen to Edward Joseph, well, then they'll listen to 54 Keys, who they deem to be credible. But 54 is just basically been repeating the various things that I have been saying for years. And what did 54 say? Said, I am sorry for the confusion. But these 5 guys were unaccounted for 45 minutes. Which basically states, people, that 54 looked at that video footage up and down, all around, and back again. And something is amiss. And she told you something is amiss. Edward Joseph been telling you something is amiss. But nobody wanted to believe him. But they'll believe 54. But that's okay, because 54 basically just repeated everything that Edward Joseph has been saying forever and a day. So people, should I just toot my horn? Woo, woo, woo! You know, should I just toot my horn, peoples? Because you subservient suckers will get a lesson right now and today. Because I told you I got the proof. And with all of the people who were standing up against me, now you got people who you look up to is basically saying the very things that I've been saying for the longest time, peoples. Let's look at what Monifa had said. It ain't 12 yet, but happy birthday, my shorty. You know how we rock, love, kid. I already know how your weekend looking. Irene Roberts. And this is what Monifa had said to Irene. What? A day before the time to when they were at the establishment, because they were there on the 6th, peoples. This is September the 5th. They were there on the 6th. They were there days before the so-called reenactment, peoples. And when the people say, oh, well, Irene didn't want Monifa to be at the party, well, then there's Monifa texting and talking about Irene Roberts. And then looking squish, squish, squish. You know what that means. It ain't 12 yet, but happy birthday, my shorty. You know how we rock, love, kid. I already know how your weekend looking. Squish, 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 Irene Roberts. Dated September the 5th, peoples. So Irene was, Monifa was already in the know and in the play. Because she already knew what was going down. It was going to be some, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. Okay. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. All right. So this is what Mama J had posted up on my channel. She said, Edward Joseph and Nia, aka Lady Goddess, and anyone else that falls in their categories shall meet their maker and have to answer to him in the end. How they sleep at night gets me. Stay strong. We love you. And then the truth had said, no worries, Miss Martin. Justice will be served in the life or in their death. THM never forgets. True J4K, may she rest in paradise for eternity. Love you, Mama T. Love you to life, Kanika. If I had my way, those evil demons that, and then it was cut off. But if you want to read it, people, you can read it up on my channel. It's up there. Okay, so Ancestry. Ancestry had said Kanika Jenkins' birthday was on May the 27th, 1998. And her death was September the 10th, 2017. But peoples, I got a problem with that because on the tombstone, it doesn't say September the 10th, 2017 for her death. Okay, so let me repeat that again, peoples. I said on Kanika tombstone, the tombstone that is on Kanika's tombstone doesn't say that she died on the 10th. It states that she died on the 9th. Okay, peoples? So which is it? Did Kanika die on the 10th? Or did Kanika die on the 9th? Or was it Kanika? That's the question, peoples. Was it Kanika? Because the real Kanika peoples died days before the 9th. So it wasn't Kanika. All right, so Nika Jenkins. Okay, so it's Nika and Nene. Nika and Nene. It says born May the 27th, 1998, death September the 10th, 2017, age 19, Rosemont, Cook County. Burial details unknown. Burial details unknown. Why is the burial details unknown, peoples? Why is Kanika's burial unknown? Because she wasn't buried in the gravesite where the people proclaimed she was. Because if she was buried at the gravesite, peoples, well, then they would have a marker for Kanika gravesite. But TM told you herself in the video when they were at the gravesite, that wasn't Kanika. Boy, peoples, I ain't got to make nothing up because I can just go back and play back the video that TM had said. She whispered. Okay. I said in the post, I said, you in no way are putting people down. You said, yet you are here doing it again. Even after I explained what I've been through earlier to you, you still didn't have the decency to refrain from doing this yet again. I am sick of you all hurting me. At this point, I'm close to ending my life. No, that wasn't me. No, that wasn't me. Somebody was responding. That wasn't me. I just happened to post that because Ain't no way I'm gonna be ending my life. But anyway, let's look at this. I'm close to ending my life. I know who this is. This is um Miss Ava. This is Miss Ava who written this. AKA healing. At this point, I'm close to ending my life because none of you will back off or stop mentioning me. It's okay though. I'm definitely suing them, and I will gladly add you in. Then if you want to read the rest, it's on my post, peoples. But this is Miss Ava, aka healing, and this is when we just went in, peoples. We went in so hard and heavy that this woman was about to kill herself. And that's when I backed off. That's when I said, enough is enough. I cannot continue to keep crushing a person who is already down. Now this is the results of you continue to keep wanting to crush a person. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? When you want to continue to keep crushing a person, peoples, when they're down, this is the results of what you get. And I didn't want her blood on my hands. So I digress, peoples. I digress. You see? This is why I say you guys need to leave TM alone. Because you can make that woman suicidal by the things that you guys are doing. And then if she do kill herself or whatever the case may be, her blood is on your hands. When this woman written this, I immediately stopped because she was irritating me. She just kept calling me, texting me, emailing me, and all of this shit, just like another person used to do, till I blocked them because I got tired of the bullshit and nonsense. And so, this is what happens, peoples. All right, people. So this is the ribs that I had cooked. And look at that nice little char. And left that char up on the grill and stuff. So it's good. All good. So you got to be careful, peoples. Got to be careful what you do because somebody is going to end up killing themselves behind that stupid shit that you are wanting to do. So be careful, peoples. You don't want someone's death on your hands. All right. Let's look at this here, peoples. Here is hell of a dick. This is how hell of a dick looks. She was talking to one of her friends. I told you I'll find the people out. That's hell of a dick, peoples. This is the bitch that just literally wreaked havoc with me at one point. But then I got her ass back and I exposed her ass for the nefarious bullshit and nonsense she's been talking. So she didn't want to fuck with me no more after I done found out who she was. Yep. See, peoples, I got skills, boy. Don't fuck with me. I got skills and I'll find you out. And then I'll expose your ass. So hell of a dick left me alone after that. Okay, so TM had said this a long time ago, peoples. She said this a long time ago, and she's saying it now, which pretty much just brings validity to what TM has been saying. But yet we haven't been listening. What did he say? He says, "Whoa, Crown Plaza don't want TM to talk about the case. Interesting." And this was dated February the 1st, 2018. So this is not the first time TM has talked about this, peoples. She tried to tell you beforehand, but again, we all didn't want to listen. You see? So it ain't the first time that TM had told you this. She said it beforehand. See, it's interesting, people, that, maybe you guys have been seeing this for the first time, but I've been knew this. This is where I got all of the clips and stuff from. Let's see if this guy's going to talk about this. Okay, so they took down the video. It says his video is no longer available because the YouTube account associated with this video has been terminated. I clicked the link, people. So let me show you. Oh, you see it right there. Okay, that's good. You see it. The channel has been terminated. So, which brings validity to TM, because TM tried to tell us back then, but we didn't want to listen. That's always been our biggest problem. We just don't want to listen. So this is not TM first time telling us, peoples, but we don't listen. See, if we listen, we'll learn. But we got to listen to learn, and we got to learn to listen, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? All right, so let's move right along, people. So let's move right along. Moving right along. Moving right along. Moving right along. Gonna move on right along and gonna move right along. We're just gonna keep on moving right along. All right, peoples, let's keep on moving. Let's keep on moving. Do 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 do. Keep on pushing. All right, so let's see here. Let's see what we got. What we got. We got Commissioner Larry Rogers. What did he say, peoples? Damn, we can't go to that website because that's a screenshot. But he was saying something. Commissioner Larry Rogers Jr., the attorney that TM had once beforehand, and then she ended up getting rid of him and went to Jeffrey Feiger. So did Larry Rogers do a good job, or did Larry Rogers say, look, I'm not a part of this bullshit and madness that you guys got going on here? You guys decide, people. You guys decide. You guys decide what's what. Okay. All right. Let's keep on looking, peoples. What we got here? Okay, so let's look at this. This is anonymous. I was at the party the night Kanika died, and all I'ma say is Monifa and Shemaya not telling the whole truth. When her, Maya, and Kanika left the room, Kanika's phone was in her back pocket. Only Kanika keys was left in the room when they returned to the room. They was acting real strange. Shemaya looked like she was about to cry. It was strange to me how Monifa came back with Kanika's phone because when they left, Kanika had her own phone. Nifa was texting herself back and forth from Kanika's phone. Well, take it for what it's worth, peoples, whether you believe it or not. Take it for what it's worth. Said, take it for what it's worth, peoples. Kimberly Wiles, that's who. Y'all remember Kimberly Wiles? That's who I tried to remember, but I couldn't remember that day when I was trying to tell you about the YouTuber Kimberly Wiles. Well, we figured out who she was, but she has an interesting story, people. Kimberly Wiles, and Kimberly Wiles was in everybody's chat. Kimberly Wiles, boy. But we're going to take a look at what she had to say and shit. Because Kimberly Wiles was with King Von. All right. Irene Roberts had said, literally, I'm in bed. MF going to the hospital. Kanika says, nah, at the chop shop, getting them pills. Murderer, you probably have the type of pregnancy you don't know till it's too late. Okay, I'm not talking to you no more. You just bad luck, pregnant lady. I wish blank on you right after my birthday party Friday. Wait, no, after mine's? Okay, so what's happening here, people? What's happening here? Nah, at the chop shop getting them pills. Murderer, you probably have the type of pregnancy you don't know till it's too late. Okay, I'm not talking to you no more. You just bad luck, pregnant lady. I wish blank on you right after my birthday hotel party Friday. And this was September the 4th at 7:29 p.m. 2 days before her party. She wished blank upon Kanika. Two days before Irene's party, peoples. So then the question of who was pregnant? Was Kanika pregnant? Two days before Irene's birthday party at the hotel. Not at the west side of Chicago, but at the Crown Plaza Hotel. See, peoples, I'm literally just outlining what was stated. I don't care about all of the other stuff. I'm just showing you what they said and what led up to the party. And when people want to sit here and say that Kanika wasn't at the hotel, I'm telling you, she was at the hotel, peoples. Every reference you see of reference at the hotel. And it was days before Irene's party. So I'm going back in history and I'm going to show you the communications between Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, Irene. You see what I'm saying, peoples? So it wasn't no party that Kanika was at a house party. It was the party at the Crown Plaza. The party at the Crown Plaza. But it was a party before a so-called party. Peoples. You understand? It was a party before the party that happened on the night. Okay? The text messages is telling you. Okay, this is the picture that I have on my channel. And there's the butterfly. This is the picture of Kanika that I have used for my channel forever and a day. This was my iconic picture of Kanika. Okay. So the question was Kanika really that drunk that night? Did she drink a lot? Why was it taken down, Aquarius, Hitman, Nelson? Was Kanika beat up prior to being put in the freezer? Aquarius, Hitman, Nelson, Monique Cole, because people had a clear view of who it was. Okay. Aquarius, Hitman, Nelson has just confessed, peoples, because people had a clear view of who it was. So the Aquarius that just told you, Kanika got beat up. Was Kanika beat up prior to being put in the freezer? Being put in the freezer. She didn't say, Kadita Williams didn't say, was Kanika beat up prior to walking in a freezer? No. She said, was Kanika beat up prior to being put in a freezer? And then the Aquarius Hitman Nelson said Monique Cole. Because people had a clear view of who it was, meaning they can clearly see who was on the video that had did the evil deeds to Kanika. Because Monique Cole had asked Aquarius Hitman Nelson, why was the video taken down? And then he responded, because people had a clear view of who it was. Now I got the rest of the conversation. I just only took the screenshot of this and stuff. Aquarius Hitman Nelson. So what's the video that Shemaya is recording on Snapchat? And she shows Kanika and Monifa is the one driving and Bree is sitting in the back. Aquarius, was you at the party? Or should I say, are you one of the girls? Not being funny or anything like that, but your page looked fake. Queenie, it was one that was at her house prior to leaving. The other two was picked up. Aquarius, that was earlier. Bree ended up driving. Aquarius, okay, then what happened? Who killed her, or did y'all set her up? I got the rest of that text message, peoples. I just highlighted this part. The ring's true to me, finally. Aquarius, what? What are you saying? Thank you. Who are you? Comedian Tiffy says, so then what happened to Kanika? That's what we want to know. I don't know. Sounds like some truth to me as well. I got the rest of this text message, peoples, but this is just what I highlighted. Now remember, we're on Aquarius post. Kitty, this is one of them girls probably, and they snitching on each other. I can't take them serious at the time because I did see the surveillance, and Bree was not the only person out the room at that point. Okay, so you heard what Kitty had said. Kitty had told you she saw the surveillance video footage. And then Aquarius had said Bree left with Nika's phone and keys because her phone was dead. That's why when Maya, Nifa, and Kanika left, they forgot the keys and it took them so long to find them. So where did they find the keys? He just told you. So where did they find them damn keys? Bree had the keys the whole time. And I got the rest of the text messages, but that's the only thing that I highlighted. Abriana Mays was the only one who had left the room. She never left the hotel property. She wandered around the hotel. Everything was good until Bree went back. She left with Kanika's keys and phone because her phone went dead. She left with two dudes, but didn't come back with none of them. Those two niggas popped up after Nika went missing. Abriana didn't want Monifa nor Shemaya to call TM to let her know she's threatened to leave the hotel. That's the reason why Nika didn't have her phone. Okay, so you guys get it, right? And I have the rest of the conversation. This is the Aquarius Hitman on his channel. So now you guys clearly understand that Kanika did not have her phone. Bree had the phone and Bree had the keys. But it was stated that Bree went to the store to go get some drinks and stuff, but Bree never left the premises. Okay. So is it all becoming clear to you guys now, peoples? This baby was 19 years old. This baby was a 19-year-old thought who spent one too many days turning up. Damn, now she's a thought, huh? Do you know her? You just got mad because you can't explain that. And then I proved your ass wrong because it's clearly two different coats. Bro, you are one of the people that work at the hotel or know someone that do. Do you know the one of the real friends? Because you real life just got pissed off. The fuck shaking my head. So it's people who's coming in, and I know Jenny Pence. There's people coming in wreaking havoc and shit. My point, you unstable creature, cover-ups. Now shut the fuck up and have several seats. This baby was murdered and they covered it up. The fuck? And the hotel knew it because you have to have keys to get into that freezer. Right, you can't. Goodbye, darling. This baby, and then she goes on again. Okay. Dear Miss Martin, nobody anticipates accidents. Stop insinuating murder, knowing these people will believe anything. Do this sounds like my daughter Kanika wanted to walk into a freezer? Kanika words in the gray. I love you, little baby girl. You wanted me to fight and babe, I'm fighting even harder now with the strength from God in Jesus' name. Amen. And so this was a little post from TM's thing. The way she lied in that freezer is the way she lied in that bag. She was never in the bag, peoples. She was never in the bag. People know the truth. Just too many attention seekers. Justice for this baby girl. This could have been any of us. Justice for Kanika. Speaking ill on the dead, this is so disrespectful to Kanika, shaking my head, wanting someone to die in vain when they can do no longer defend themselves. Rest in peace, Kanika. We're going to bring you justice. Meanwhile, y'all wishing rape and murder on this baby, that's trifling. Well, you know, Sandra Mileage, ma'am, there is so much stuff that has been proven, and all you're doing is just talking out the side of your goddamn neck. So you need to just sit back and shut the fuck up. Because you don't know shit. You just like all of the other goddamn people that got their mouths open and don't know a goddamn thing. Nesbitt children T.Y. Rowland and Tanasia Walker did something terrible at the party. They had help from little Charles Dorsey, which is why Cornelius Griggs, a childhood friend of Big Chuck Dorsey from Caprini Greens in Chicago. Y'all remember when I talked about Caprini Greens? Y'all remember that, right? As well as Carl Nesbitt, all three grew up together in Caprini Greens. There's so much power behind this. Behind this death. This is the only, and I only just took a screenshot out of the thing, but I got the whole thing. So I made points out of different things, people. It says the power players behind Kanika Jenkins' murder, sexual assault, and cover-up must be a huge watch. And this is Kate 420. And she had 29,710 views. And all of the YouTubers was repeating the same thing I was saying, that Kanika was murdered, sexually assaulted, and it was a cover-up. And this is why TM is acting out in a manner to what she is. Now, here's the timeline, peoples. And I got this on the case files. It says that Kanika was at the lower level bathrooms at 3:30. 329 right here. 329, Kanika was at the lower level bathroom. Well, that is significant right there, peoples. Because in the next post, just about 3 minutes later, Kanika is found in the upper level kitchen at 3:32. So that's just only about 3 minutes later, because it was 3:29 and 3:32 is about 3 to 4 minutes. So 3 to 4 minutes, Kanika goes from the lower level bathroom, has to walk all through Shandell Lane and go through all of that to get to the upper level kitchen, people. You're right. Oh boy, I'm up here sitting here talking all of this time, and you guys are not even listening to what I'm saying because I had the mic muted. Okay, so let me repeat what I said, people. This is in the case files. At 3:29, it stated that Kanika was on the lower level bathroom. At 3:32, about 4 minutes later, Kanika is in the upper level kitchen walking herself into a freezer. Now, people, think about this. She had to walk from the lower level down the bathroom, down the hallway, into the employees area, down Shandell Lane to get over to where the stairs is, walk up either a flight of stairs or either take the freight elevator, have the frame of mind to press the button to the next level up, get off the freight elevator, walk into the kitchen, or even have the strength to walk up a steep set of stairs and walk into the upper level kitchen, all within 4 minutes time. 4 minutes time. This is in the case files, peoples. This is what the establishment said, that this is the time frame that Kanika had to get from one point to another point. Okay, so if that be the case, then peoples, would that help me to make this make sense? When or how did Kanika ever get into a pool area? And she was supposed to walk right from the room, down the halls and stuff, down the lower level, just somehow make it up to the upper level kitchen within 4 minutes time of walking down the lower level hallway and then into a upper level kitchen. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Help me to make that make sense. So where does the pool setting comes in? You know, that TM had mentioned. So it just goes to show you, peoples, that it couldn't have been Kanika, because there's no way that no girl is going to go from the lower level bathroom to an upper level kitchen within 4 minutes. No way. Without either taking the freight elevator or the stairs. And if she took the stairs, she would be dead tired. Because the steep, steady stairs, peoples. And if she take the freight elevator, she would have had to have the frame of mind. She would have had to have a key. And she would have had to know to press the button to get to the next level. Get off the elevator, walk outside in the hallway, and walk herself directly into the kitchen and straight to a freezer. Help me to make that make sense. Now, see, peoples, when you break this case down in the manner to which I am doing, and I am showing you what they gave, what they gave, this is the evidence. This was in the case files. This is what they said. It ain't whatever Joseph said. It's what they said. And so now, peoples, you got to use some fucking common sense. See, when you want to battle me and tell me that I'm hilarious and nefarious, fictitious, and all this, I'm just showing you what they said. So why the fuck are you going to get mad at me when I am only going by what they said? And what they said and what you believe is stupid. Because it doesn't make no sense, peoples. And if you got the proof to the truth, well, then come and tell me, why did they put this time down in the case files for you to reference and for you to believe? You're stupid. Because while Mocha Latte Unfiltered is over there ranting and raving her black ass off, and you other YouTubers and Facebookers and things, all of this shit is in the case files. They told me to reference the case files. Peoples, I referenced the case files. And when I referenced the case files, look what I came up with. And then when I start to break this shit down and start to tell you, peoples, this shit couldn't have happened in a manner to which they're saying all of this shit is bullshit and nonsense. Now you guys want to battle up against me. Oh, well, we did research. We did this, we did that. Well, peoples, what fucking research did you do when they got this shit in the case files for you to reference? I ain't had a motherfucking YouTuber on my goddamn channel to explain to me how in the fuck could a drunk girl go from the lower level bathroom to the upper level kitchen into a goddamn freezer all within 4 minutes time. Help me to make that make fucking sense. You can't. You absolutely can't. And because you can't, peoples, shut the fuck up. Because I told you, I'm only going by what they gave and what they said. And I've shown you what they gave and what they said. And you motherfuckers are stupid. You goddamn people are stupid. Because this shit is in the goddamn case files. It ain't shit that I made up. It's in the fucking case files. It's right there for you to reference. But motherfuckers don't listen and motherfuckers don't read. And that's why you guys stay so goddamn confused. Because if it's in the case files, it's in the case files for a reason, right? They want you to reference it. They want you to believe the bullshit and nonsense. How could you believe the bullshit and nonsense? How in the fuck can you argue with me when I am showing you what is literally in the case files? So when motherfuckers tell me that Kanika Jenkins is over at another goddamn establishment, peoples. You heard what Irene, you heard what Monifa, you heard what Shemaya had said. And you heard what the guy said. And all of this was at the Crown Plaza, peoples. Because you seen the video of Kanika in the bathroom in room 926. You seen the pictures of Kanika in the bathroom in room 926. Peoples, you can't get no fucking better than that. I don't give a fuck what other YouTubers say. You cannot get no fucking better than that. I gave you proof to the truth. I've shown you what the girls had stated. I've shown you what TM had stated. And there's more, peoples. There's more. I told you I got proof to the truth. But you motherfuckers don't listen. Because you think you know every goddamn thing. Well, then if you know every goddamn thing, peoples, come challenge me, because I got way more than what I am showing you. Hello? And this shit came from the kids themselves, peoples. Directly from their pages at the time to when all of this shit was going on. You can't get these juicy juicies no more, peoples. That shit doesn't exist. I got it all. And that's why I've been holding back. Because I wanted the people to come onto my live to come shoot their shot to try to prove to me and to the world that they know all this shit about the Kanika Jenkins case. And then I was going to whip it out and I was going to slap their asses down. Embarrass the fuck out of them. But you people are smart because you didn't want to come on and challenge me. Well, the YouTuber is showing these juicy juicies. This is what was said back in the day. This is what I have been saying forever in a day. And I kept telling you, I got a lot of shit to back up everything that I'm saying. I just showed you just a little tidbit, people. Just a little smidgen. There's more. There's a whole lot more. But what have you learned? You learned that Kanika was choked. She was sexually assaulted. And she was murdered. What else have you learned? You learned that the medical examiner did not tell TM what actually happened to her daughter. Because, again, the person who got autopsied wasn't Kanika. Kanika was taken to Resurrection Hospital. She was never taken to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Boy, peoples, man. Look at here. And you suckers thought that you knew about this case. Well, Edward Joseph has just opened up Pandora's box, and I've shown you what the kids had said. Not for what I think, not for what you think, for what was written at the time when all of this shit was going on. This is 8 years later, people. You ain't gonna never find this juicy juicies. Never. And if Trey Gain had all of this shit, if Casey Cloyo Vera, Sanchez Medina had all of this shit. Well, why aren't they posting it? Why aren't they talking about it? Because they want to spin a certain narrative for you to believe. That's why Crown Plaza put this shit in the case files like this for you to believe. But anybody with some good goddamn common sense would know, ain't no drunk girl, if she was drunk, would be able to get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen without yet taking some stairs or a freight elevator. Because the stairs and the freight elevator takes you directly to that kitchen. Directly to that kitchen. That is only two ways that she could have got up there. Freight elevator or the stairs. And if you say that she took the freight elevator, well then what key did she have to get on the freight elevator to go one floor up? If she walked around the establishment, it ain't no way that she's going to get up to the upper level kitchen from the lower level kitchen, peoples. Not in no 4 minutes. And these are the things I was trying to explain to you stupid asses, but you motherfuckers just don't want to listen. Because it's in the case files. I didn't make it up. It's in the goddamn case files. And because it's in the case files, that is the shit that they're telling you what happened. But peoples, I surmise to you, it didn't happen that way. So when in the fuck are you guys going to open up your goddamn minds and start fucking listening? I didn't make it up. I didn't write it. I didn't say it. I didn't post it. It's in the goddamn case files. So where you guys have all of these goddamn conspiracy motherfucking theories, it's in the goddamn case files. And if it's in the case files, then it's supposed to be law, right? That's what the purpose of the case files, right? Well, peoples, I already showed you the fucking case files was doctored up. And that is proof to my truth of what I've been telling you stupid ass people forever in a goddamn day, but you motherfuckers don't want to listen. I've been telling you. You're stupid. And you guys sit your ass here and listen to Moca Unfiltered, the devil in disguise. The bitch don't know shit. Trey Gay. Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina. Peoples. When in the fuck you guys ever gonna wake up and learn? You can't believe every goddamn thing that's written in the case files. Because if you can, then explain to me how in the fuck did this girl get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen in 4 minutes? Because she only had two routes. She had the elevator, which she had no access to, and she had the stairs, which how in the fuck is she's going to, what, she's going to run up the fucking stairs? Within 4 minutes time and make it to the upper level kitchen? And then they ask yourself this question. How in the fuck did they know that she was up there at that particular time unless what? The motherfucking surveillance cameras had her on surveillance video footage. And then they're telling you that the cameras don't fucking work. Peoples, goddamn it, think for your goddamn selves. How many times I have to come here and think for your motherfucking self? I've been telling you forever in a goddamn day, and stupid ass people just don't fucking listen. Peoples, if she was up there at the time, what is that telling you? It's telling you that she was caught on surveillance video footage. And so if she was caught on surveillance video footage, peoples, well then where is the motherfucking surveillance video footage of her walking into the goddamn kitchen? Because there is a camera that's out there that shows the people getting off the stairs and the people getting off the elevator, because the goddamn camera is mounted up there in the corner, peoples. So if the case file is telling you that she's up there at that particular time, then my only question is simply this: where is the motherfucking video footage? Never mind what Moca Unfiltered, the devil in disguise, says. Never mind what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina say. Never mind what all of these goddamn YouTubers say. Never mind what Trey Gay say. Answer the motherfucking question. Where is the goddamn video footage? And how in the fuck did she get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen in just 4 fucking minutes? You stupid. See, peoples, I just proved to you, and I've already debunked every goddamn thing that was ever written in the case files and all of these goddamn narratives, because it's in the case files. Edward Joseph didn't make that up. You can't explain to me or the people how in the fuck Kanika, or the supposed Kanika, got up to the upper level kitchen within 4 minutes. What, is she fucking Houdini or something? Is she Houdini? Can she do magic tricks? Is she omnipresent, peoples? Does she have spiritual powers? Wonder Twin actions activate. Wonder Twin powers activate. Oh, you don't get it. Well, what you heard what TM said. I got 3 twins. Kanika was a twin, peoples. So if one is not there, well, then the other has to be there. That's why the medical examiner's office report that states that this is Kanika Jenkins wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Wonder Twin powers activate. It just goes to show you, peoples, that several girls played Kanika. And I've already proven my stance. Because you want to give a narrative, you want to give this theory, but then fucking answer my question. Because, see, I can cut you up just by the case file alone and debunk every goddamn thing you're saying. You wasn't there. So you don't know the exact time and day and this and that and the other. You only can go by what was given. And what was given was hilarious and nefarious. And so what was given was hilarious and nefarious. Well, then you have to go by what the kids are stating. And if there's enough to where we can corroborate some things, well, then it's got to be the truth, because, you know, the Bible says, well, 2 or 3 touching and agreeing, there I would be in the midst. So if ever you're going to go out and bear witness for Christ and stuff, then you all the time bring a witness, somebody who can corroborate what you're attesting to as it pertains to Christ. Well, if 2 or more of the kids are saying something similar or something of the same, well, then, peoples, that's got to be true. It's got to be true. Because if one person is lying and then another person come and say something different, well, then somebody's lying. Because if they both was there, well, then they should be saying something more similar to each other. But if it was something totally off the wall and totally way too the far end of the spectrum, peoples, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. So again, you cannot tell me how in the fuck this girl was able to get from the lower level to the upper level in 4 minutes. It's impossible. There's only 2 ways to get up there. It's either the freight elevator or the stairs. That's why they have the stairs right there, so you can have quick, easy access to get up there so quickly. That's why you have the freight elevator right there, so you can have quick, easy access to get up there quickly. There is no other way up there from that point other than going all the way down the hall and around and then up. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I don't think you get it. See, that's why you guys don't challenge Edward Joseph, because, see, I've already debunked you by the statements that Irene Monifa Shemaiah had made, and then the other guy had made. I've already debunked you by the testimonies and what TM had said. She told you. This ain't the first time TM told you. She told you beginning. She told you when she was on the porch, she said, them bastards killed my child. But again, nobody wanted to believe her. Everyone, well, I want justice for Kanika and this and the other, but nobody's listening. TM said what she said, but she told you why she said it. But then she got enough kahunas to tell you, them bastards killed my child. So now I'm taking a retrospective look at everything, peoples. Was TM telling the truth? She's telling the truth, but to a certain degree. But TM ain't never revealed her full motives and actions. And that's where we stand, peoples. She's guilty, but what is she guilty of? Well, we got to do a little bit more exploration, because the truth is being revealed in the posts that the kids are making. TM was never concerned about Kanika. And which Kanika? Because she told you she had a set of twins. She said that. I didn't. You read it in the post. You read what TM had said. And TM has a twin. I just shown you it, peoples. So what more do you guys need to know? What more do you want to know? You heard what the guy said, right? The guy said that Bree, he said it because he was there. He said that Bree had the keys and cell phone. But in the case files, two different people said that the keys and cell phone was sitting on the bed unattended. So who's lying? And then you got 54 Keys said that 5 guys was missing. And then you got the guy admitting that people was on the surveillance video footage, but they scrubbed it because you can tell who was actually on the video. So that's corroboration right there that you know, hey, something happened on surveillance video footage that we don't even have. And he's confessing to you that something happened to Kanika, but he ain't telling you exactly what happened. But we already know, because by his admission and by the other admissions, we can already paint the picture of what happened to Kanika. We got a nice, good general idea of what happened to Kanika. Now, what happened to the other girl? Well, she was the one in the pool area because according to the case files, Kanika didn't have time to be in the pool area. See, people's by process of elimination, by going back and referencing the various things that the kids had said versus what the other people who were there had said, you can already build a certain scenario. Now, can we narrow it down to the exact moment or second itself? We may not, but we got a general idea. We know now, peoples, that based upon what they had said, not for what we think, for what they had said. Hell with the goddamn case files. This is the people who was actually there that was confessing. And with accumulation of the evidence, peoples, it paints a picture of what happened to Kanika. Unequivocal and undeniable. And all of that evidence, I'm going to gather it together and I'm going to put it in the live. Because, see, I used to talk about this upon Facebook. I never talked about this like this in depth or showed you this up on YouTube. I've only just talked the scenario and what played out, but I never showed you the actual proof. Because I didn't want to throw it out there for all of the other YouTubers to grab hold to it and splice it up and, you know, put a narrative to it and put a spin to it and all like this and stuff. No. I got way more. I got people's, this is just only scratching the surface of what I got. But now you can clearly see for yourself, peoples, because I didn't say it. All of my lives, I have only showed you what they said and what they gave and what they done. And I talked about that and I analyzed that. No other YouTuber is doing what I'm doing. See, when KC, Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina, Trey Gang, you know, and all of these other YouTubers and stuff, you know, they give in like Moca Unfiltered, they give you a scenario. They give you a general, they talk in general terms and stuff. They never take the actual evidence, because this is evidence. This is at the time to the thinking of the people. They were in their feelings. So they were bearing witness to what had transpired. You take it for what it's worth, peoples, but when you put it all together, it's painting a picture. And it's a picture that you cannot deny, no matter how you look at it. And see, this is the problem with the other YouTubers. They don't want to listen because they just think that they know all they're all seeing, all knowing, but they don't know. This is why they never challenge me. This is why they go off on a tangent and instead of conversing with me upon whatever evidence that they got, I can prove to them and I can debunk the hell out of them. Because I got the proof. I got the evidence. I got what the kids said at that time. They never showed you that. And the reason why they never showed you that, because it goes against the narrative that they conjured up. I told this content creator today, I said, ma'am, I get what you're saying. I know you're passionate about the Kanika Jenkins case, but one thing I just need you to do, I just need you to go and watch what I have shown this last live. I've broken it down. I said two things we know for a fact, and that's a fact. One, that the kitchen is real. The kitchen is real. It ain't plastered. It ain't pieced together. It ain't like no puzzle and stuff. And somebody just, the kitchen is goddamn real. And the girl in there was real, because I shown you the surveillance video footage from when the police did their walkthrough, and I matched the video footage to the actual photos that was taken in this case. And there is things in the freezer that can unequivocally and undeniably matches the freezer, the actual freezer that the young lady lied in state in. She can't debunk that. No matter what she says, she can't debunk that. The second thing, peoples, that I've shown you is that Kanika Jenkins was at the establishment at the Crown Plaza in the bathroom, because only the Crown Plaza has that type of bowl, the sink bowl in the decor at their establishment. You can go on to the DoubleTree, you can go to the Marriott, you can look at their bathrooms. That decor does not match. You clearly seen Kanika Jenkins on video with Shamaya doing the video, and you're seeing Kanika clearly on photo. And the bathroom that Shamaya, that Tanasia, T.Y. sister and friends was in, was the same type of bathroom that is at the Crown Plaza. The same bathroom that Kanika was in with Shamaya and Monifa is the same bathroom that is at the Crown Plaza. Those two are facts, peoples. Facts that cannot be denied and cannot be disputed. It wasn't at the Marriott, and it wasn't at the DoubleTree. Kanika Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza unequivocally and undeniably. And it ain't up for debate. It ain't up for debate, peoples. Because if you want to try to debate it, I would debunk anybody's ass. Big time. Because now the burden of proof is on you to prove that Kanika was ever at the Marriott or ever at the DoubleTree or wasn't at the Crown Plaza. You stupid. You are freaking absolute stupid. Because the goddamn evidence is in your motherfucking face, and you too stupid to realize what is being shown. That's why you motherfuckers go to demons like Moca Unfiltered and sit in her chat and ruha her up forever and a day, because you motherfuckers are stupid. You're so goddamn stupid. You want justice for Kanika. You want the evidence. I'm giving you the evidence. I'm walking this shit down. Tell the other goddamn YouTubers to do what I'm doing. Get the actual post that they made at that particular time. They can't, because they don't fucking have it. I got it all, peoples. I got it all. I got it all. And I ain't going to give it to you all at once. No, I don't give it to you all at once. I gave you enough to know that what I am telling you is actual, factual, and true. Because you read what they said and in the mind frame of what they were in at that particular time. It doesn't get no better than that, peoples. Doesn't get no better than that. So when your stupid ass wants to sit up here and listen to Mocha Unfiltered, the demon in disguise, keep your motherfucking ass over there and just shut the fuck up. Don't even chime on in my goddamn chat. You know, don't even come up on my goddamn live, because I don't want to hear that bullshit and nonsense. Not after what I gave you tonight. Tell the bitch to show her proof to her supposed truth. She can't. Tell all of the other goddamn YouTubers to come and top me for what I have just shown you. They can't. Tell all of the other goddamn YouTubers to take the motherfucking case files, walk that shit down, and make it make sense. They can't. And I rest my case. So what is it that you want, people? So what is it that you want? What is it that you want? You've already found out what happened to Kanika. She was murdered. She was choked out. In a nutshell, peoples. In a nutshell. What else do you want? Things didn't happen in the manner to which these YouTubers are trying to proclaim. I showed you way enough convincing evidence, peoples, of what happened to Kanika. I'm talking about Kanika. I'm talking about the young lady, Kanika Jenkins. Now, if you guys got a different narrative, then come shoot your shot and prove your case. Show all of the evidence and prove to the people. Prove to the people you know your shit. But if you can't, eternally shut the fuck up. You know, eternally. Because see, the thing is, this is why I get down upon a lot of YouTubers for passing out all of that bullshit and nonsense that they be saying. Because that's all it is. It's just bullshit and nonsense. You're not telling the truth. And you don't have no proof. And I'll be the first to tell you. You are a fucking liar. Because if you had anything, peoples, it wouldn't be no problem in showing it. But you can't show it. And that's your biggest problem. You can talk a good game, but all of your game that you're talking and shit don't make a hill of beans. Because the only thing it does is just makes you look so goddamn stupid. And so what is it that you can what is it that you can say to Edward Joseph? You can't. And that's exactly my point. So I don't need to gloat. I don't need to showboat. I don't need to do anything now, peoples, because I've already done everything I needed to do. You know, if you motherfuckers just can't understand the various things that I've shown you, well, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You just goddamn stupid. So go on with your conspiracy theories. Go on and listen to these demonic motherfuckers that is going to fill your ears with a lot of bullshit and nonsense. I'll be sitting back watching. And I'll be sitting back talking about you too. You know? I'll be sitting back watching. I'll be sitting back talking about you. And I'll be sitting back telling you how stupid you are. Just amazing to me, people's how people gravitate to stupid ass people. And then all the time got their mouths open talking about shit that they don't know. That's why I love people's. I love it. I mean, I absolutely love it when you suckers get on here and talk your shit, and I come around and I just debunk the hell out of your ass in a major way. But see, you guys are smart because you don't put yourself in harm's way. This is why you don't challenge me. That's exactly the reason why you don't challenge me, because of the simple fact that you don't want to be embarrassed. So smart. You know, I got to give you guys credit, boy. You guys are smart. Shit. Motherfuckers are smart, boy. Dumbass people, but smart ass people. With a motherfucking smart ass mouth that all the time got some shit to say and don't know shit. Now, who's got something to say? Who in this goddamn community have something to say now? Huh? Anybody? Y'all gonna still watch those hilarious and nefarious YouTubers? Y'all still gonna dumb your ass down and be stupid? Y'all still gonna go and vilify TM? Or are you gonna grow the fuck up and understand some things? What are you gonna do? Suckers in lollipops. See, people's I don't have to make the lives like I used to and stuff, you know. I don't have to, because I got enough content out there to last a lifetime. Anything you want to see, anything you want to know, just go back and play back my lives and stuff and watch it. You know, it'll give you some information. You know, and plus, I don't have to go live every day to talk about this case, to go and regurgitate the same shit that I've been telling you for over 8 years. Now I just make poignant videos like this to just point out facts in this case, things that some of you probably ain't never even seen. And some of you have probably seen, but ain't saying anything because you don't want to offend your host. You don't want to go against what they're saying. And so just because you want a room to go to and stuff and collaborate with the stupid ass people, you dumb yourself down. And then you go, yes, sir, massa. Yes, sir. My name is Kuta Kinte. But you can't be Kuta Kinte because he's the only thing greater than himself. You are Bunta Binte, the only thing dumber than everyone else. You say my Kanika Jenkins case doesn't go back 8 years. Well, yes, it does, because I've only been on YouTube for about 5 years. And then I've been on Facebook for about 3 years. So don't tell me what I don't know, my friend. That's why I went back to my Facebook page. Let's go back to my Facebook page. Let's go back to my Facebook page, peoples. And let me show this guy something here. Okay, let's go right here. Okay, so what does it say, my friend? And I want you to read it out loud What does it say? It says Edward Joseph created the Kanika Jenkins chat group September the 13th, 2017, right? 2017. That's what it says, right? Created the Kanika Jenkins chat group September the 13th, 2017. Okay. All right. So let's do this, my friend. So this is 2025. Take away 2017 equals what? 8 fucking years. What does that say, peoples? Oh, you guys are not seeing it? Okay, here, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna share it this way. Okay. Let me show you, people. So let me go back to Facebook. Facebook, right there. What does it say, peoples? Read it. Read it out loud. It says Edward Joseph. All right, phone, refresh. There we go. It's refreshing. Right there. Read it. What does it say? It says Edward Joseph created the group Kanika Jenkins chat room September the 13th, 2017. That's what it says, right? It says Edward Joseph created the Kanika Jenkins chat room September the 13th, 2017 at 8:44 p.m. And this is the Kanika Jenkins chat room. This is my chat room. Okay? So now, let's get the calculator, peoples. Let's get the calculator. 2025 take away 2017 equals what? 8 fucking years. That's what it says, right? 8 years, right? So peoples, don't ever fucking tell me what I don't know and what I don't do. I don't be, and I wasn't always on YouTube. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And when I'm telling you for a reason. I was talking about this case for 8 goddamn years. I've been talking about this case at the time of its inception. But I just made the chat room almost a week later. And I've been talking about it ever since. Since 8 goddamn years. Eight goddamn years, peoples. So see, when people want to challenge me and think that they know so much shit, well then I'm here. I can show you my proof. I can debunk the hell out of your ass. Because none of you motherfuckers can tell me what I don't know. See, I'm asking the questions and still I can't get none of you to even answer the basic question. How in the fuck did Kanika get from the lower level bathroom to the upper level kitchen in 4 minutes? Explain that, please. Hello, anybody? You motherfuckers are so goddamn smart. Explain that shit. It's in the case files. See, that's what I thought. So, when you don't know, shut the fuck up and listen and learn something. I can back up anything that I say on my goddamn channel. I'm not like Moca Unfiltered, the devil in the goddamn disguise. The bitch just sit on her live and do just like what I am doing right now. Have the little icon up and speak behind the mic and speak her nonsense and never go in depth and show you the madness that they say, and literally breaking down and debunking the shit that they're saying, because they gave you a fucking narrative. You guys sat back and you believed it. That's all I've been doing. That's all I've been doing for 8 years. Was taking what they gave and telling you this shit doesn't make no sense. Breaking it down, step by step, inch by inch, piece by piece. What fucking more do you want? I got all of the juicy juicies. You wanted to know what happened to Kanika? I told you what happened to Kanika. She was murdered. She was murdered. She was strangled. She was sexually assaulted. But you got people that swear by the medical examiner, the autopsy, that was Kanika, and none of that happened, that Kanika had topiramate in her system. People's, that is so far from the fucking truth. It's incredible. Kanika Jenkins never had topiramate in her system, peoples. It wasn't Kanika. How many times do I have to tell you, goddamn people, it wasn't Kanika? The goddamn medical examiner autopsy wasn't Kanika. And if you feel it was Kanika, prove your shit. Or forever shut the fuck up. Now, what do any of you got to say? Because I'm ready. Show your shit. Speak your shit and show your shit. Y'all say that was Kanika? Show me and every goddamn body in this chat that was Kanika. Prove your stance. What evidence do you have to prove other than what they gave you? You ain't got shit. And because you ain't got shit, just sit back and shut the fuck up and learn something. This is why I get so pissed off with people who all the time want to clout and showboat and stuff and talk about shit that they don't know. People, as I've been showing you, I'm showing you. You guys ain't got this shit. I got it. Then y'all gonna get mad at me because I'm literally trying to educate your stupid asses, and you still don't listen. When in the fuck are you guys ever going to listen? When in the fuck are you ever guys going to learn some shit? This is the case files, peoples. Let's go right here. This is the case files right here, peoples. What does the fucking case file says? Right here, peoples. The only thing that referenced Kanika right here and nobody else, it says right here, a large group combined of both male and female black subjects enter lobby from South Hall. Some exit the hotel and some towards the North Hall, and others head back towards the South Hall. One female subject is seen being held, hugging by another female subject. Does not appear to be Kanika. Okay. All right. That's at 3:52. Now let's go to page 1. This is page 1. This is the only time that it referenced Kanika. Okay. So Kanika was supposed to have came in the establishment at what? 1:13, right? 2 fucking hours later, what does it says? It says 1 black females entered the hotel and greet male subject in lobby chairs, then they exit the hotel. Main lobby at 3:16. So that is 2 hours later, right? Okay, so now where does it reference Kanika? Here it is right here, Kanika. It says at 3:32, upstairs kitchen, victim enters kitchen area walking on her own by herself. She heads towards freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. Okay, that's at what? It says 3:32. So that's literally 2 hours and some change from the time when she's supposed to have walked into the establishment to the time that what? She's walking into a goddamn kitchen. All right, so let's put it into perspective. The case file said that Kanika walks into the kitchen at 3:32. So now it narrows down the scope of what was happening with Kanika, right? So between 1:13 and 3:32, what could possibly have happened to Kanika within a 2-hour time frame? You got all of these motherfuckers going by this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timestamp on these videos and shit. Well, this is in the case files. This is the case files. This is the shit that you're supposed to be referencing. So within 2 hours of time, how in the fuck did Kanika walk into the establishment, be in Irene's live, be in TY's live, be up on the 11th floor based upon the testimony that was given when TM had walked into the lobby and the lady had said, well, I seen your daughter with a couple of guys and a couple of girls on the 11th floor. How did Kanika get into a goddamn pool area? How did all of this shit happen within a 2-hour period? And that's the question that I've been asking you motherfuckers for the longest time. But none of you motherfuckers can answer the goddamn question. 2 hours! But it was stated that TY's live was happening at the 3:30 hour. At the same time, the supposed Kanika was walking up the upstairs kitchen into a motherfucking freezer. So help me to make that make sense. And this is the goddamn case file. This is Rosemont Public Safety Department, Crown Plaza O'Hare Hotel, video surveillance timeline. So what they're saying is that Kanika was literally found on the video surveillance footage. So never mind what the fucking surveillance footage says. If we're going to go by the timeline and we're going to go by the case files, this is the timeline and this is the case files. What does it say right here? It says at 1/14/2017, what does it say? It specifically says Kanika is accompanied by 3 other females. So what they're saying is that is the time to when she was supposed to have walked into the establishment. 2 hours and some change later, what does it say? Kanika enters on her own by herself, no one there with her in the goddamn freezer on the stairs level kitchen. Victim enters kitchen area, walking on her own by herself. She heads towards freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. That's in the goddamn case files. It's in your motherfucking face. What the fuck do you want to know? That's why I question how in the fuck could all of this shit happen within a 2-hour period, people. How? Explain that to me. Y'all said reference to case files. Here's the goddamn case files. You motherfuckers don't read. You motherfuckers don't listen. You motherfuckers is going to learn to goddamn day. You're goddamn stupid. So don't sit up here and try to tell me what the fuck Edward Joseph don't know when I'm fucking trying to educate your goddamn asses. 2 hours and some change, peoples, and they said Kanika is walking in the kitchen on the upper level stairs by herself without nobody. No France Cave, no beverage manager, no maintenance guy, no Shemaya, no Monifa, no Bree, no Irene, no gangsters, no nobody. It says by herself, walking in the kitchen towards the goddamn freezer. That's what it says in the case files. So when the fuck are you going to tell me? I just showed you what they said. But now you trying to tell me what you guys say. I don't give a fuck what you say. Because what you say don't make no shit of sense. Just like the case files don't make a shit of sense. You stupid. So peoples, don't fucking tell me what the fuck I don't know. Because I'm sitting here educating your stupid asses. That's your problem. You don't fucking listen. You don't listen. And that's your goddamn problem. They gave you a timeline. They told you she was on video surveillance footage. They gave you a goddamn narrative. And you stupid people took all of this shit and ran with something different. You stupid people took all of this shit and can't understand that you have been duped. You have been lied to. And Edward Joseph is only trying to make sense of all of this nonsense. But yet I get stupid ass people that want to challenge me and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You ain't did research the first. You ain't showed shit the first. You ain't did shit the first, but you got your big fat black asses mouths open and ready to try to confront somebody or try to challenge somebody when you can't even touch me. Peoples, I never made this shit up. It's all here in what they gave. It's in the fucking case files. This is the goddamn case files. What the fuck do you want? What the fuck do you want? This is why I get so irritated with all of you stupid ass people who all the time got some shit to say. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So since you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you might as well sit your ass back and shut the fuck up and learn something. There it is right there, peoples. The evidence is in your goddamn face. It's in the case files. So it doesn't matter what the YouTubers put a spin upon. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter how many times that they look at the timeline or try to manipulate a timeline or try to give you a narrative or try to give you a theory or whatever. It's in the case files. So if you're going to go by the case files, well, then go by the case files. That's what the whole case files is for, right? But why don't they break down the case files in the manner to which I am doing? Why do they omit everything? Why? Because they fucking want to play on your ignorance and make money off your stupid ass. That's all. That's it in a nutshell, peoples. And you too stupid to give them the time of the day and your attention and still act so goddamn stupid and never. It's funny how you guys can get on all of these other channels and you guys have comments and all of this stuff, but you never challenge the creator, the content creator. You never challenge them. You never ask them questions. And when you do ask them questions, you see that they get offended. Oh, they're ready to fight. They're ready to block you. Why is that? Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're selling you a story, and you stupid asses can't even think for your goddamn selves, and you take it and you run with it. And then you go to people like my channel, and then you try to infuse all of that madness in here. Well, I'm not having it, peoples. That's why I say, if you can't show shit, shut the fuck up and learn something. Because the only thing that I ever did was show you what they gave and talked about it. That's all. That's it. That's all that I did. I gave you what they gave. And if you can't understand now, peoples, after 8 fucking years of what they gave was bullshit and nonsense, I don't know what the fuck I can tell you. I don't know what else I can do, peoples. You guys go to all of these other content creators and boost their channels up with bullshit and nonsense. But if you want to get some real good hardcore facts, peoples, this is the channel to be. Because I can't make up shit. I only got to give you what they gave. And then you make the interpretation yourself. You tell me, out of all of the goddamn YouTubers that you ever heard talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, did anybody ever break it down in the manner to which I am showing you? They never did. They never did. Because if they did, then those people wouldn't have a problem in politicking with me, because my best interest is getting to know, understand, and put out there what happened to Kenneka. I don't care about nothing else. I don't care about the conspiracy theories and all like this. I don't give a fuck what you think, what you say, or what you believe that you know. Give me something that we can be able to feast upon. And I did that. Now, you take what I've shown you and you break it down. You come up with your own theory, but have a conversation with me and go on the line and bring it to the world and let the world see what your thoughts and views is. You're free to speak that. I'm not going to block you. I'm not going to break you down in things. I just want to have a conversation with you. I just want to know what your thoughts and views is. Because, I mean, I think it's self-evident right there, right? What the case file says, that's what they said. That's what they said. It ain't what I said. It's what they said. So then you got to ask yourself the question, how in the fuck could that have happened? Now you're thinking. Now you got your thinking caps on. Well, how did it happen? But if you can't answer that, peoples, then what is it that you have to say? Because I didn't write it. I didn't post it. I didn't create it. I can't make it up. It is what it is. That's the time that they said. They said that she was on video surveillance footage. But yet they turn around and say, oh, well, but we don't have all the video surveillance footage because all of the video surveillance footage, all of the cameras wasn't working. Peoples, we can go down to the parts when they said that the cameras wasn't working, and I show you that at the point in time to when they were supposed to have caught her on video surveillance camera footage, according to the paperwork, it was working. But according to some other paperwork, they said it wasn't working. So you figure it out. Was it working or wasn't working? And if it wasn't working, well, then why are they putting that in the case files? And it comes only to one conclusion, peoples. They fucking lied to you. And they're covering shit up. Point blank, that's it, period. In the story, what the fuck else do you want me to say? And if you can't understand that, peoples, I don't know what the fuck I can tell you. You stupid. All right, peoples, I labored long enough and stuff. We're at the 4.5 hour mark and stuff. I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna get me something to eat and stuff, and then do some other things and whatnot. I done cursed enough. I done gave you facts in this case. I done showed you the goddamn case files. I done showed you the post of what TM, Irene, Lenore, Monifa, Shamaya, Kanika had said at that particular time. What more do you want, peoples? And if that's not good enough for you, what more do you want? Why don't you add something so we can be able to see? Or why don't you take your ass over there to Moca Unfiltered, the devil in disguise, and listen to all of the bullshit and nonsense she's saying, because she ain't saying shit and she ain't showing shit. So if you guys want a good story, take your ass over there, sit your ass down and be subservient, and then root her on. And then send her some cash apps. And tell her I said Edward Joseph had sent you all. And tell her if she's a good girl, I'll give her a biscotti. And for those who don't know what a biscotti is, it's a doggy biscuit. All right, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I'll be back. We'll get more into the Kanika Jenkins case. And I would go a little further and show you guys a little bit more in this case to kind of break it down a little bit. I think we can, go over some case files and stuff to show you what they said in the case files versus what the people are saying. Because if the case files is actual, factual, and true, well then, why isn't it that everybody isn't incorporating the case files in their narrative? Why? I tell you why. Because the shit doesn't make no sense and it doesn't line up to their narrative. That's why. It doesn't line up to what they're trying to convey to you or trying to prove to you. And so, people, you got to be a little bit more smarter than that. You got to ask 1,000 questions, tell them to reference the case files and break that shit down and break it down with the case files, not for what they think. Because if the case files is law, Go by the case files. That's why they have the case files, right? But if the case files is not law, why aren't you not referencing them? You know? If the case files is actual, factual, and true, every goddamn YouTuber that's ever talking about the Kanika Jenkins case should be referencing the case files. The case files should be the guideline. It should be the guideline. Well, they don't reference it because it ain't no guideline. That tells you how much they trust the case files. Because if they never mention the case files, peoples, well then, and it's supposed to be law, well then all you're doing is just listen to stupidity. That's it. That's why they have case files. Reference the case files. And break this shit down according to what the case file says, peoples. Break it down like a champ and see what you come up with. But while you're breaking down the case files, I just want anybody in the community to answer that one question. How in the fuck did Kanika get from the lower level bathroom to the upper level kitchen within 4 minutes? And then answer this question. How in the fuck did Kanika walk into that establishment at 1:13 and end up walking into a freezer at 3:34? According to the case files. How did that happen? So anybody in the community to answer that question. And if you can't answer the question, peoples, do me a favor. Just shut the fuck up. You know, just shut the fuck up and let me do what I do and educate you upon something, educate you upon my findings. I think that will help you out along greatly. You know, instead of sitting here trying to battle me upon some stupid shit that you guys don't even know and that you can't even explain, people. You know? No need to get mad at me. Get mad at me for what? What? Because I'm breaking this shit down by the goddamn evidence that they gave? And I'm showing you the bullshit and nonsense of what they gave, and you're going to get mad at me? Really, peoples? That's it. That's all, peoples. That's all that I got. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Whenever Joseph Let's Talk Live. I just seen your message. Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I see, but I'm not going to say nothing. I told you what was going to happen. Well, no, you told me. You told me. Let me get that correction. You told me. But then I told you too. Inside joke, peoples. Inside joke. But anyway, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon, peoples. You guys share the hell out of this video. Like, subscribe, and do whatever the fuck you're going to do. And if you don't want to fucking come back, that's fine too. But I'll be back if the Lord says the same. On another session of Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. about the Kanika Jenkins case. Until then, peoples, God bless you all. Thank you for watching.